crash of Air India Flight 171 has left the aviation world stunned. A domestic flight with over 200 passengers on board went down within minutes of takeoff from Ahmedabad. This wasn't just a mechanical failure. Early signs now point to a deeper story of ignored red flags, regulatory violations, and a pattern of gross safety lapses by India's erstwhile national carrier. Now with the Tatas. In May 2025, just weeks ago, Air India was under the scanner. The DGCA had conducted surprise inspections on multiple aircraft. What it found was shocking. From outdated emergency equipment to expired registration certificates, aircrafts were being cleared for takeoff despite serious violations. The Air India officials, including CEO Campbell Wilson, were directly named in the reports as offenders. The audit flagged what it called negligence and ignorance. It exposed how internal checks had completely failed. Over the last 2 months alone, the DGCA issued more than 15 show-cause notices to Air India. No action taken report is available. No accountable individual or department was ever questioned. Just 9 days before the crash, another notice was issued. Dated June 3rd, it cited failure to comply with core safety regulations. Still, the airline continued operations business as usual. There's more. The same plane had been grounded in December after a major technical snag. The airline claimed it was fixed, but was it really? Home Minister Amit Shah visited the crash site and briefed Prime Minister Modi. The Civil Aviation Minister has promised a full inquiry.
सबसे पहले मैं भारत सरकार, गुजरात सरकार, भारत सरकार के प्रधानमंत्री जी और गुजरात सरकार की ओर से भी जो लोग हताहत हुए हैं, इनके परिजनों के प्रति गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं.
But questions are already catching up. Did Air India ignore repeated warnings? Did the system look away when action was needed most? And how many violations does it take before lives are lost?
Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit the Air India plane crash site in Ahmedabad today. Prime Minister Modi will also visit the civil hospital. Also, Air India confirms that 241 people have died in the flight operating from Ahmedabad to London. The sole survivor is being treated in a hospital. Details coming up ahead. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली मियाँ तो
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी.
Today at 1:30 local time, an Air India plane bound for London, Gatwick, departed Ahmedabad, and shortly after takeoff, it seemed to have experienced some issues and stalled into a residential area and then crashed. From the footage that we can see, it's very hard to determine what the cause might have been. However, there must have been some technical issues because the pilots sent out a mayday, a distress signal. The plane involved the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner is considered a new generation plane and has a great safety record. So ever since it has been introduced to service in 2011, it has never experienced a crash. Yes, there has been issues with the Dreamliner when it was introduced to service, especially with their battery.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit the Air India plane crash site, and he will also visit the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. Air India confirms that 241 people have died in the flight operating from Ahmedabad to London. The flight crashed and the sole survivor is currently being treated.
AI 171 दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुई। इस घटना से पूरा देश क्षुब्ध है और पूरा देश एक साथ इनके परिजनों के साथ खड़ा है।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah expresses deep sorrow over the Air India plane crash, calling it a devastating accident that has shaken the entire nation. DNA testing begins in the Air India plane crash site as authorities work to identify the victims from the charred remains at the crash site.
There were multiple show cause notices given. Why were they ignored?
I don't believe this is the appropriate time to talk about things that are unrelated to this incident.
Republic confronts Air India CEO Campbell over the recent show cause notices issued to the airline. When asked about the regulatory concerns, Campbell dodges questions. Hello and thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. First up, viewers, let's tell you what happened yesterday, the 12th of June at 1:30 p.m. Air India flight AI 171 took off from Ahmedabad airport. But what should have been a routine journey turned into an unimaginable disaster. Just moments after takeoff, the aircraft carrying 242 passengers plummeted to the ground in a catastrophic crash, one that has left the nation reeling with grief and anger. We have our reporter Ravi Bakola joining us from the Ahmedabad airport. Ravi, tell us about what's happening at the Ahmedabad airport and also how long before the Prime Minister arrives.
हम अहमदाबाद एयरपोर्ट पे खड़े अभी। अहमदाबाद एयरपोर्ट से जो पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री है विजय रूपाणी, उनकी पत्नी थोड़ी देर पहले ही निकले हैं एयरपोर्ट से। सीधा वो सिविल हॉस्पिटल जाएंगे। उनका डीएनए जो टेस्ट है वो देख के सीधा वो गांधीनगर अपनी ऑफिस पे जाएंगे। अभी फिलहाल नरेंद्र मोदी कुछ ही देरी में इधर निकलने वाले हैं और तुरंत ही सिविल हॉस्पिटल है, उधर जो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है उधर जाके पूरी निगरानी में वो करेंगे कि कहाँ कहाँ कैसे चुकती हुई है। वहां से सीधा सिविल हॉस्पिटल जाएंगे। सिविल हॉस्पिटल जाके जो मरीज है, जिनको घटना जो पीड़ित लोग है, उनको उनके साथ बैठ के मीटिंग करेंगे, उनका आश्वासन देंगे कि हम इस दुख की घड़ी में आपके साथ हैं।
और रवि जी, और भी थोड़ा बता सकते हैं कि अहमदाबाद एयरपोर्ट में इस समय क्या हो रहा है as far as the crash is concerned?
अहमदाबाद एयरपोर्ट पे अभी पॉलिटिकल शोक का माहौल देखने को मिल रहा है। सभी पॉलिटिकल जो नेता है इधर एयरपोर्ट पर आ चुके हैं। विजय भाई रूपाणी की जो पत्नी है अंजलि बेन को आश्वासन देने के लिए सीआर पाटिल है, हर्ष संघवी है और एयर इंडिया मिनिस्टर भी राम नायडू जी है, वो भी पहुंच चुके हैं। कहीं न कहीं अंजलि बेन को कहीं कोई दिक्कत ना हो, पूरी तकेदारी रखी गई है। जी
राइट रवि जी, आप अभी बता रहे थे कि यूनियन सिविल एविएशन मिनिस्टर राममोहन नायडू भी अभी पहुंचे हैं, एयर इंडिया सीईओ भी पहुंचे हैं उधर क्रैश साइट पे, और भी लीडर्स एक्सपेक्टेड है क्या?
जी राम कुमार नायडू इधर पीएम मोदी है जहां उधर पहुंचे हैं।
Well, that was Ravi Bakola giving us the latest as far as what's happening at the Ahmedabad airport. A lot of politicians have started arriving, and it's just a few moments from now Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also be arriving at the Ahmedabad airport, and this after the Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner carrying 242 people crashed immediately after takeoff from the Ahmedabad airport in one of the worst ever aviation tragedies in India. Over 240 people have lost their lives in the tragic air crash, and the families are awaiting an update from the authorities. Meanwhile, the Civil Aviation Ministry has ordered an investigation into the matter. Here's a detailed report.
A routine flight travel turns into tragedy within minutes. The London-bound Air India flight AI-171 took off from Ahmedabad Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport and crashed 3 minutes after taking off. Killing over 240 people on board and 75 people on the ground. The passengers who were on board have been declared dead in the biggest aviation tragedy. The DNA testing has begun to identify the victims and their kin.
जो दुर्घटना हुई है उसमें मेरी बहन थी और वो मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट के लिए नडियाद आई हुई थी और आज उसकी फ़्लाइट थी, रिटर्न था, तो मैं उसको ड्रॉप करने गया था और जैसे ही मैं वापस आया मुझे ये न्यूज़ मिले कि ये फ़्लाइट जो है वो क्रैश हो चुकी है। तो हम सब परिवारजन मिल के वहाँ पे गए और वहाँ पे सिचुएशन बहुत ही अलग था, बहुत ही पैनिक था वहाँ पे।
जो दुर्घटना घटी उसमें जो जिनकी डेथ हुई उसमें मेरी एक ननद भी थी जिनका नाम रुपल पिनल कुमार पटेल था। वैसे तो वो लंदन में रहते हैं लेकिन वो अपनी हेल्थ की इश्यू की वजह से यहाँ पर आई हुई थी और कुछ दिन यहाँ पर रुकने के लिए भी आई थी।
In Manipur, family of 21-year-old Nagantoy Sharma waits in anticipation to hear from the authorities regarding an update on the plane crash. Nagantoy was part of the cabin crew on duty on the flight.
कोई ऑफिशियल से अभी आपसे बात कर रहा है, उसी टाइम तक एयर इंडिया से कोई एक भी शब्द नहीं मिला है। उम्मीद तो अभी अब तक मेरा दिल पे है कि शायद 245 लगभग ऐसा पैसेंजर था और केबिन क्रू के साथ मिलकर, तो 10-20 तो ऐसे बचे हुए बोला है, सुना है मैं। तो कोई किसी का खबर में, किसी का नेटवर्क में, कुछ में अभी भी सुना है। उस टाइम में बचने से मेरा किस्मत का बात है मेरे लिए और मेरे बेटी के लिए, मेरे हमारे सब परिवार के लिए।
We were trying to reach like Air India, even the trauma casualty for that hospital, but they are saying they will release this patient and then survivor list. We don't have any update right now, so we don't have any news or any confirmation news at this moment. It's not even 5 years, it's only 2.5 years. She was very young when she joined, so I think she's only 21 years old right now.
The police and NDRF personnel are deployed at the crash site and 81 bodies have been recovered so far in the clearing operations.
नहीं, अभी कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ, ऑपरेशन कंटिन्यू है।
अभी तक कितना कुछ बरामद हुआ है?
एनडीआरएफ की बात करें तो 81 बॉडी 81
बॉडी एनडीआरएफ में
एनडीआरएफ।
टोटल कुछ आंकड़ा पता चल पाया सर?
टोटल तो अभी मालूम नहीं, हम नहीं कह सकते।
कब तक पूरा होगा ऐसा कुछ?
वो तो डिक्लेयर करेगा, प्रशासन डिक्लेयर करेगा, जब तक चलता रहेगा।
आपकी कुल कितनी टीमें लगी हुई सर?
7 टीम हमारी एनडीआरएफ।
The Ministry of Civil Aviation has taken up the matter and the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau AAIB will probe the aircraft crash. The AAIB is expected to come out with an investigation report of the accident that claimed lives of over 240 people.
Viewers, the Air India flight which killed over 200 passengers, one survivor made it out. He survived the crash and is now recovering. Another woman who missed the flight by just 10 minutes has also called it a lucky escape. While the individual cases stand out, the focus remains on what led to the crash in the first place. A full-scale investigation is now underway. Here's what we know so far. And now in a significant development, viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just arrived in Ahmedabad, a city that is still grappling in the aftermath of the Air India crash that claimed 241 lives. The Prime Minister's visit comes at a time when the nation is mourning one of the deadliest aviation disasters in history. And his first stop, the crash site where the wreckage of Air India flight AI 171. And the Prime Minister will be visiting the crash site, and this comes a day after Union Home Minister Amit Shah also visited the crash site and the civil hospital. The Prime Minister will then proceed to the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital, where many of the injured from that hostel mess are also fighting to recover. And among those students, there is also a survivor, a lone survivor, who is also being treated after the horrific crash. We have Ravi Bakola also live with us from Ahmedabad Airport. Ravi ji, हमको सुनने में आ रहा है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ऑलरेडी पहुंच गए अहमदाबाद एयरपोर्ट. प्लीज टेल अस व्हाट्स हैपनिंग.
सर, नरेंद्र मोदी जो है अभी कुछ ही देरी में एयरपोर्ट से सीधा सिविल हॉस्पिटल पहुंचेंगे. इधर एयरपोर्ट से निकल गए हैं, सीधा सिविल हॉस्पिटल पहुंचेंगे. उधर जाके जो सिविल हॉस्पिटल में जो एडमिट है उनको परिवार को मिलेंगे. मुझे डीएनए टेस्ट जिन लोगों ने परिवार ने किया है उसके साथ भी मुलाकात कर सकते हैं. और वहां से सीधा अंजलि बेन जो रूपाणी है, विजय भाई रूपाणी की पत्नी, उधर को उनको के साथ भी मुलाकात कर सकते हैं, ऐसा सूत्र के हवाले से खबर मिली है.
रवि जी, ये भी बता सकते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी अभी वो क्रैश साइट पे पहले जाएंगे या सिविल हॉस्पिटल पे पहले जाएंगे?
पीएम नरेंद्र मोदी सीधा एयरपोर्ट से सीधा मेघानी नगर जहां प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है उधर जाएंगे. उधर से सीधा सिविल हॉस्पिटल विजय मेडिकल जो डीएनए टेस्ट चल रहा है उधर जाएंगे. उधर जाके जो मुख्यमंत्री जो विजय रूपाणी, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री विजय रूपाणी, उनकी पत्नी अंजलि रूपाणी को मिल सकते हैं, इसी सूत्रों से हवाले से खबर है. जी सर.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रवि जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. वेल, दैट वाज रवि गेटिंग अस ऑल द live and breaking news updates from Ahmedabad Airport. The Prime Minister has arrived in Ahmedabad to personally assess the situation following the devastating Air India crash that claimed 241 lives. That, viewers, will slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll tell you about Union Home Minister Amit Shah's visit to the crash site and also how he expressed his deep sorrow over the Air India plane crash, calling it a devastating accident that has shaken the entire nation. Along with that, we'll also get you more details on the DNA testing that has begun at the plane crash site, as authorities are now working to identify the victims from the charred remains. Stay tuned for more details.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मीरज.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टा तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ.
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ.
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना.
ये मिला.
हाँ, हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की.
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी प्लेन।
1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। कि लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
हाँ, मेरी शादी था, वो अमृतसर थी और लंदन जा रही थी। हाँ फिर बस 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया तो प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद से बाहर निकल गया था तो वापस आए सिविल में आ गया।
US President Donald Trump reacted to the Ahmedabad air crash and condoled the tragic incident. In the briefing, Trump called the air crash horrific and said, and I quote, "I let them know that anything we can do, we will be over there immediately offering help to Indian authorities."
Plane crash is terrible. I've already told them anything we can do. It's a big country, a strong country, and they'll handle it, I'm sure. But I let them know that anything we can do, we'll be over there immediately. But it was a horrific crash. It looks like most are gone. They actually maybe have a couple survivors, which is just heard. But that was a horrible crash. Nobody has any idea what it might be. I gave him a couple of pointers. I said, maybe you look at this or that. You know, we saw the plane. It looked like it was flying pretty well. It didn't look like there was an explosion. It just looked like the engines maybe lost power. But boy, that is a terrible crash. It's one of the worst in aviation history. Yeah.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer offered his condolences to relatives of victims of an Air India passenger plane that crashed shortly after takeoff in Ahmedabad. Starmer said, "Our thoughts are with each and every one of those involved. There will be British and Indian families across the land who are absolutely impacted by this, and our thoughts first and foremost are with them." Starmer also confirmed that UK is sending a multidisciplinary team to assist the Indian counterparts with an investigation into the crash. Officials said 53 British citizens were also on board the London-bound plane that crashed.
Well, the images and news from India is absolutely devastating, and I speak for the entire country in saying our thoughts are with each and every one of those involved. There will be British and Indian families across the land who are absolutely impacted by this, and our thoughts first and foremost are with them. Obviously the investigation is going on. We've dispatched an investigation team that's been deployed. The Foreign Secretary is leading on this, and we'll obviously update as soon as we can. But we're working with the Indian authorities on this to establish the facts. I would say to all families, friends of anybody affected to please contact the Foreign Office for further information.
The United Nations also issued a statement on the Air India plane crash that claimed over 240 lives in Ahmedabad. Spokesperson of the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, his spokesperson Farhan Haq extended condolences to the families of the victims and to the government of India. He also wishes a swift and full recovery to those who were injured in the tragedy. In fact, we have Akhil joining us live. Akhil, in just a few moments from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be visiting the crash site. Take us through the latest developments from what's happening on ground zero.
Moment from now, we can expect Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive at the various spot site, because if you see the vigilance team, apart from that, the Gujarat police team basically took their position, and if you can see all the security measures have been taken care of by the SPG team, and apart from that, you can see the dog squad over here. What we have been seeing that since the very morning, one more company have arrived over here from the NDRF team site to go and clear the work which was left there from the debris site. Because if you see initially what we have been seeing that since the very morning, several senior officials have arrived. Apart from that, if you see two different forensic teams have arrived. Initially, in the very morning when we were giving live coverages from 6 a.m. At that point in time, one forensic team was arrived, and a few moments back, after approximately what we have seen, the 2 to 3 minutes back, another forensic team went inside the various spot of this very premises of BJ Medical College. So, anytime soon, we can expect that Prime Minister Modi's cavalcade is going to arrive at the various spots, and after that PM will be visiting the site. Yes.
But also, Akhil, what we understand is that another forensic team has also arrived at the crash site for the DNA analysis. Tell us more.
Well, absolutely. If you see the materials that have been collected by the forensic team, that work was done initially late at night when the rescue operation was going on. Right now, what we have been seeing that
another team which has arrived over here is also went inside to get some more materials, because if you talk about the different parts of the aircraft which have been found initially, and we were not able to identify those parts. If you talk about the fuselage, that's a very big part. That's the body of the aircraft that has got completely dismantled in this very incident. If you talk about jet engines, that has also got completely dismantled. So there we have to go at the very spot and identify and try to locate and just collect those small pieces of those materials. So if you talk about the vertical stabilizer, if you talk about horizontal stabilizers, if you talk about those seats, LEDs, nothing were we found basically at the very spot in their actual format. So if you see, I would like to show the visuals from the ground zero. You can see these are the 4 different towers of the BJ Medical College, and if you will just move Deepak at a distance of approximately 300 to 350 meters, you will find a mess of this BJ Medical College Hospital, where what we got to know that there were several students, approximately 50 to 60 students who were sitting at the premises, who were inside this very mess and having lunch at that point in time, when a flight from Ahmedabad airport took off at around 1:39 p.m. and just after taking off, when it was getting a projectile, and within 30 seconds, what we have got to know that at a distance of, at a height of approximately 650 feet, it basically plummeted from the sky and fell on to this very building of BJ Medical College. And after that, what we have seen that in this very unfortunate incident, in this very tragic incident, 241 lives have been lost. And if you see in that very aircraft of Air India 171, what we have seen that there were 230 passengers and 12 crew members. Out of those, what we have seen that there is a lone survivor who is still in hospital and is being treated right now in the hospital. Back to you.
That's right, Akhil. It's a miraculous escape for that lone survivor. And also, Akhil, tell us about the Prime Minister's schedule after the crash site visit. Where will the Prime Minister be heading next? We understand that he will also be meeting the survivor and the injured at the civil hospital.
Well, absolutely. That's right, Deepak. If you see, all the preparations have been done over here. I would like to request my Vijay, Mr. Rawat, to show you the entire visual of this entire landscape. Here you can see the barricading has already been done. The entire area has been cordoned off. And if you just see the visuals of this very building of BJ Medical College, you will find that on every single floor, it's G+6 building. So you will find on every single floor there have been a security deployment. Apart from that, you can see the SPG team over here. You will find the BSF team, the CRPF team, the CISF team, the NDRF team, the SDRF team. So all the different agencies, central agencies, as well as the state agencies are over here, which is looking after from the security parameters. But if you just talk about Deepak, about the current situation over here, what we are learning that that 2 forensic team is still inside. They are trying to collect more evidences from the various spot. That will be a crucial part into this investigation, because if you see the investigation at this stage is at a very preliminary stage. So we haven't got much from the investigating team from that side, that how far it has reached. But if you see this very morning, what we have seen that Air India CEO Mr. Campbell Wilson has arrived over here, and he is still inside the very premises of BJ Medical College, and he is also inspecting the ground zero.
Right, Akhil, we're also told that he will be briefed on the rescue efforts, the timeline of the crash, and also the current status of the investigation. Tell us about the Prime Minister's visit, how significant it is, and it is also, a symbolic visit showing that the government is with the families of these victims in this darkest hour.
Well, that's right, Deepak. If you see, Prime Minister Modi has always reiterated this, that if you see in his own words, that हमारे जो 140 करोड़ की जो आबादी है वो हमारा परिवार है. This is what Prime Minister Modi has been saying, and he believes in it. Because if you just go and talk about any other incident, if you talk about the Rajkot incident as well, or any incident, big incident in which such kind of mishap took place, what we have been seeing, that Prime Minister Modi was among one of the first persons to arrive at the very spot. And here it is also in these visuals can be easily seen that all the preparations have been done over here at the various spot site. I would like to request my VJ to show you the visual right now. And an aircraft has just basically took off from the Ahmedabad airport, and you can see the visuals in our camera that is just going above this various spot. Because if you just talk about the distance, Deepak, if you just see the distance from this spot to the airport, is just not more than 6.2 kilometers. If you just put it on Google Maps, so it's a very nearby. The moment the flight took off from the airport, within 30 seconds, what we have been seeing that it fell in a free fall manner, and within minutes we have seen that the entire plane, the entire aircraft turned into a fireball. Back to you.
That's right, Akhil. Stay on with us, but we'll be right back with you after a short break. The Prime Minister is expected to reach the crash site shortly from now, and along with these live pictures, viewers will also get you the details of those 241 people who have lost their lives in the deadly crash. Stay tuned.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का. MDH की देगी मिर्च.
Today at 1:30 local time, an Air India plane bound for London, Gatwick, departed Ahmedabad, and shortly after takeoff, it seemed to have experienced some issues and stalled into a residential area and then crashed. From the footage that we can see, it's very hard to determine what the cause might have been. However, there must have been some technical issues because the pilots sent out a mayday, distress signal. The plane involved the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner is considered a new generation plane and has a great safety record. So ever since it has been introduced to service in 2011, it has never experienced a crash. Yes, there has been issues with the Dreamliner when it was introduced to service, especially with their batteries and other minor issues, but this is normal when a new plane enters service. Air India is known to have a great safety record. They operate hundreds of flights every day. They have a modern fleet of Airbuses and Boeings, and this comes to a shock for all of us. So it's very hard to determine what really caused this incident, given that the Boeing 787 is such a safe airplane and Air India has a great safety record. I'm sure the flight recorders will be found very soon as well and analyzed by a team of experts. So until we have further information, statements from Air India, including Boeing and...
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
Viewers, we're live in breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, and pictures coming in right now. These pictures are just post the Air India plane crash, and we have reporters in different parts of the locations. Okay, Prime Minister Modi can be seen there. We can see PM Modi. PM Modi has reached the crash site. PM Modi is visiting the crash site. He is in Ahmedabad already. These are exclusive pictures coming in on Republic TV. Prime Minister's visit to Ahmedabad is in the wake of the deadly flight crash that claimed the lives of 241 people, including 12 crew members on board. Prime Minister Modi has just arrived. We are getting you these back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV. Prime Minister Modi is going to also meet the sole survivor of the plane crash. PM Modi will visit the trauma center of Civil Hospital later on. Right now, he's at the crash site where my colleague Akhil is. Akhil, I'm coming across to you right now. Take our viewers to these pictures coming in. Prime Minister Modi has just arrived.
Well, absolutely, that's right. If you can see, the entire area has been cordoned off because of the security. But at a distance of approximately 500 meters, you will see that there's a PG team. And behind that, you can see the Prime Minister Modi's cavalcade over there, where the Prime Minister Modi has just arrived at the spot site. Towards my right, if you will see, there are 4 different buildings. These are the buildings of BJ Medical College, where that crash incident took place, in which 241 lives have been lost. Because if you see, when the flight took off from Ahmedabad airport, within 30 seconds after it took a projectile, and what we have seen that it basically plummeted from the sky and it basically turned into a fireball. The entire plane turned into a fireball, and it just fell on this very building of BJ Medical College, mess where most of the students were having lunch at that point in time. So at this point in time, we have not got the official confirmation from the college administration side as well that how many students have got injured, and if you see, the death counts have also been not cleared, that how many casualties were taken place. But if you see, for that we'll have to wait and watch, because right now the investigation is on, and most of the students who were inside that mess, who were basically having lunch at that point in time, are still being treated. So for that official confirmation, we'll have to wait. And the second thing, if you see, Shivangi, in this very incident, when the flight took off from the Ahmedabad airport, what we have seen that in that very flight, in that Air India flight of 171, there were 242 people, which include 230 passengers and 12 crew members. Out of those 242 people, if you see, 241 people lost their lives, and they didn't even have any idea that it was going to be their last journey. But if you see, there was only one lone survivor who is still doing fine, and he's into non-danger zone because he survived this very incident, and he's right now in the hospital. Back to you.
Akhil, we are staying with these pictures coming in right now. We can clearly see Prime Minister Modi's pictures coming in Republic, first exclusive Republic TV. He's at the crash site. And I'm coming across to you, Akhil, because these pictures are showing us Prime Minister Modi arriving at the crash site. He will also be meeting the injured. Now, it's very important for our viewers to note that there is a high-level inquiry which has already been set up. We are seeing that the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau is a division of the Ministry of Civil Aviation tasked with probing the aircraft accidents in India. So this is a huge update in terms of the investigation, which will soon begin. Akhil.
Well, absolutely. We'll have to see. Not only the aircraft is responsible in this very case, because last night what we have seen that our colleague has confronted the CEO of Air India, Mr. Campbell, and he was basically mum on that topic, that why this mishap took place, and whose basically due to whose negligence this entire mishap took place. And on that position, he was not very clear. He didn't say any word on that part. He was just trying to deflect the question. But if you see at this point now, what has happened, that this very morning, what we have seen that the team team, the different investigative agencies, the state units of the Gujarat police. Apart from that, if you just see behind me the visuals of these SDRF personnel, they were part of the rescue operation last night when clearing out those debris. So last night what we have seen that the entire process of identification of the bodies were also begun by the units which were doing the recovery part. And apart from that, if you see right now what we are showing you the visuals from the various spot, you can see the entire area has been cordoned off, and there media has been barred from entering into the very premises of the BJ Medical College where that incident took place. But you can see the clear visuals. A few moments back what we have seen, the Prime Minister Modi has arrived at the various spot, and he went inside the various spot where that mishap took place. And if you will go, because last night we were at the various spot where that crash took place, and we have seen those visuals that how distorted, how dismantled, how and destructured portions of those of that aircraft parts were. Because if you just talk about any part of that aircraft, Air India 171, in that what we have seen that the fuselage was completely broken, it was completely shattered. If you talk about the windows, we could not even find any single piece of that airplane into its actual form. If you talk about the vertical stabilizer or the horizontal stabilizer, if you talk about the deck part, if you talk about the cockpit part, nothing was in their actual form. So the impact was so devastating. The momentum of that vehicle was so fast that it has impacted the entire plane from head to tail. So at this point in time, what we are seeing at the very ground zero, that Prime Minister Modi is still inside the very complex of BJ Medical College. You can see in our camera that the area with the SPG is over here, the Gujarat police team is over here, and the area has already been cordoned off. So Prime Minister Modi is still inside. He is inspecting the spot site, and along with him you can easily see in our visuals that several senior officials from the Civil Aviation Ministry, apart from Civil Aviation Ministry, from the Airport Authority of India as well, is still inside the very premises of the BJ Medical College. Back to you.
Right, Akhil, I am requesting you to stay on with us. Akhil, my colleague, is right there where Prime Minister Modi has arrived at the crash site. Prime Minister Modi will also be going to the civil hospital where my colleague Gopi is. I want to go across to Gopi right now. Gopi, I'm coming across to you. PM Modi will be visiting that trauma center of the civil hospital where you are. PM Modi will be meeting the lone survivor from this plane crash and the other injured as well. Gopi, what is happening?
Well, Shivangi, I would ask my camera person to continuously show you the visuals from this very place where PM Modi is expected to reach here. This is the Asmita Bhavan of Civil Hospital of Ahmedabad. Now he is going to come here where you can see the visuals. Just adjacent to our camera is the Civil Superintendent's office. He's also going to go there. Also, what we are learning from our sources is he's going to visit the C7 block where the injured intern doctors are kept. He's going to meet them as well as the lone survivor of this plane crash. This is what we are learning from our sources, but you can keep seeing the visuals. We are showing you there is the security is tightened. You can see the convoy of Prime Minister is almost about to arrive. Just a short while back, as my colleague was mentioning, that he was at the plane crash spot. He was at the accident spot. He took stock of the situation. While it is not just Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We saw yesterday how Ram Mohan Naidu as well as Home Minister Amit Shah also took stock of the situation at that very site where the accident had occurred. You can keep seeing the visuals from our frame. We are expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be arriving anytime from now, as he has already left from the crash site. While civil hospital is not that far, it would take only 5 to 6 minutes for him to reach here. Once he reaches here at the Asmita Bhavan, he is going to go to the Chief Superintendent's office. While also, let's tell our viewers that many doctors, intern doctors, have been injured where the plane had crashed yesterday. There were about 50 to 60 doctors who were having lunch, and during that time the plane landed on that particular residential intern doctors building. So what we are learning from our sources is 3 deaths of intern doctors have already been confirmed, while others are still in grim situation. They are critical. Many are in the intensive care unit, while others are seriously injured. But here we are giving you live visuals from outside of Asmita Bhavan of Civil Hospital in Asarwa, Ahmedabad, where any time from now PM is expected to reach. Yes, Shivangi.
All right. Okay, I'm going back to Akhil right now because Gopi is at the civil hospital. Now, this is where PM Modi will be going next. Akhil, just take our viewers through what is the Prime Minister Modi is right now at the crash site. In how much time approximately will he be moving from the crash site to where our colleague Gopi is at the civil hospital? Because that is where PM Modi will be reaching civil hospital's Asmita Bhavan and meet the injured doctor interns who are admitted in the C7 block of the trauma center and the lone survivor of the plane crash.
Well, Shivangi, if you see what we have seen, that the Prime Minister Modi's aircraft landed at around 8:30 a.m. This very morning, and after that, straight from the airport, Prime Minister Modi arrived at the various spot site where this very incident took place. You can see, I would like to move forward and show you the visual of this very ground zero. You can see that in this at this various spot, what has happened, that when the flight took off from Ahmedabad airport, and the flight was supposed to go to London. At that point in time, when the flight took off, within 30 seconds, at a height of approximately 650 meter, the plane basically crashed, and it plummeted from the sky towards the very building of BJ Medical College. And in this very premises, you can see the visuals of this very premises, where you will find out that the smoke part, apart from the smokes, you can see the black marks on those very buildings, because it directly fell on the very building, and you cannot find the glasses, the windows, the window panes of this very building in its actual form. So it's very difficult to identify that the building that was in its original form is not completely in shape. And after that, what we have seen, that in this very unfortunate incident, 242 people were on board, which include 230 passengers and 12 crew members. And out of those 242 people, what we have seen, that 241 casualties were there, and only one lone survivor is there, who has been identified as Ramesh. And Ramesh who is an Indian origin British citizen. He is still in a hospital. And apart from the passengers who were on board and the crew members who were on board, what we have seen, that when the flight crashed at the very site, and after that, what we have seen, that the plane which has crashed, Air India Flight 17, which has crashed at this spot, there was a mess in the BJ Medical College, where some students were having lunch at that point in time, because the flight which took off from the Ahmedabad airport was at 1:39 p.m. So at that point, this was a lunch time, and there were several medical PG intern students who were inside the very premises of BJ Medical College. So in that very incident, what we have seen, that they have also got deeply impacted. Several deaths have been reported. Officially, we have seen that the government has given the list in which 3 students have died. And apart from that, if you see, several other students are critical as well. So right now, they are being treated at the very district hospital. So for that, we'll have to wait and watch on the investigation part. If you see, Shivangi, last night what we have seen, that the forensic team was there. Forensic team has collected evidences from the various spot, and this morning as well, when we have seen that the Ahmedabad Police Commissioner has also arrived. Apart from that, if you can see, the dog squad team is over here. Several units of the state police team is also over here. Apart from that, what we have been seeing, the central agencies have been looped in to investigate the entire matter. Initially, if you see, when that incident took place, what we have seen, that not only the state units, the SDRF team, apart from SDRF team, the NDRF team as well, the army basically cooperated. They have been brought in to be the part of the rescue team. So right now, what we have seen, that in a late night operation around 3 to 3:30 a.m., what we have seen, that the entire process of clearing the debris was done. Right now, there is some movement over here. I would like to move a little bit forward and try to get that who is the official over here who has arrived at the various spot site. Is it Air India CEO Mr. Campbell or someone else? We would like to move forward and try to speak to him and get his version on this very incident, that how this incident took place. So no, he's not Mr. Campbell over here. Mr. Campbell is not over here. So we'll have to wait and watch. Yes, back to you in the studio.
All right. Okay. So these pictures are coming in right now, Akhil. Now next, Prime Minister Modi is heading towards the civil hospital. And I just want to go across to Gopi right now on that. Gopi is at the civil hospital, and we have those visuals ready for you. The moment Prime Minister Modi arrives, you'll see that on your screens coming in. But back to you, Gopi. Just take our viewers through what we can see at the civil hospital. Already the security is extremely stringent, and the injured are being treated, given the utmost and best treatment available at the civil hospital.
Well, Shivangi, see, I will keep showing you the visuals from here. You can see, I would ask my camera person to kindly show you the visuals. Route of PM is already active, and we are expecting Prime Minister to reach here at the Asmita Bhavan of civil hospitals in no time from now. Just a short while back, we saw that he was at the very site where the accident took place. Now, here, after coming to the civil hospital, what we are learning from our sources is he is going to meet the civil superintendent, and along with the civil superintendent, he is going to visit the C7 block of trauma center where the intern doctors are kept. In fact, what we are learning from our sources, 3 were declared dead yesterday, but there are other intern doctors who are in critical condition. So the Prime Minister is going to meet those injured intern doctors as well as the lone survivor. As my colleague was also mentioning just a short while from now, he is a survivor whose native is Diu, and he is in fact a British citizen. But we are currently showing you the visuals from outside of Asmita Bhavan, where Prime Minister is expected anytime from now. You can see that there are security personnel and heavy police deployment. You can see that even the PM route is active, and we are expecting Prime Minister will be reaching here in no time. Also to tell our viewers that investigation did begin yesterday night itself. There were over, as per what Home Minister had said, there were over thousands of people outside of the Kasauti Bhavan where the DNA samples were being taken. And as we know that the bodies are completely charred, identification of those bodies have become difficult, precisely why the DNA test is being done. And within the next 2 to 3 days, it is expected that the results of DNA test will be out. Bodies which are being identified are handed over to the family members. But yes, you can see the visuals which we are showing you from the civil hospital. You can see that Prime Minister's convoy is here. You can keep monitoring our frame. That Prime Minister, after visiting the accident site, is here at the civil hospital. And as you can see that the convoy of Prime Minister is walking towards the Asmita Bhavan, and he is in fact visiting the civil hospital. He is also going to visit the C7 block where the intern doctors are kept. You can keep seeing the visuals. You can see the security personnel of Prime Minister Modi. He has reached the civil hospital of Ahmedabad. We are standing right outside the Asmita Bhavan, and he is going to meet the civil superintendent. You can see Prime Minister Modi moving towards block 7 of C7 of trauma center to meet the injured victims. And remember, it was not just the Prime Minister who is here. You can see, you can keep monitoring the frame. Home Minister of Gujarat, Harsh Sanghvi, is also here. He is accompanying the Prime Minister. He will be taking him around, and there you can keep seeing the visuals here. As you can see that you know, the injured victims, specifically the interned doctors, he is going to meet them as well as the lone survivor. That is what we are learning from our sources. Also, he is going to take a stock of the situation. You can see he is entering the block. He is entering that very block which is opposite to Asmita Bhavan. You can see Bhupendra Patel, Chief Minister, is also accompanying Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi is also in attendance, and he is here to take the stock of this situation. We are standing right outside the Asmita Bhavan where Prime Minister Narendra Modi just entered. Back to you.
Gopi, stay on with us. Stay on with us. I just want to take our viewers through what exactly is happening on the screen. This is coming in from the Civil Hospital, Ahmedabad. We just showed you pictures as they were happening live. First and exclusive, we see that the Prime Minister Modi is just entering the civil hospital in Ahmedabad, and it's also important to note, Gopi, that Prime Minister Modi has been monitoring the situation extremely closely. He has, since it happened yesterday, he was monitoring developments. I was extremely closely in touch with the regularly with the authorities. He had said the tragedy in Ahmedabad has stunned and saddened us. It is heartbreaking beyond words. In this sad hour, my thoughts are with everyone affected by it. Have been in touch with ministers and authorities who are working to assist those affected. So Prime Minister Modi had responded, monitored the situation very closely, and now is visiting the civil hospital. I'm coming back to you, Gopi, right now. Just give our viewers a little bit more updates when it comes to the high-level inquiry which has been launched by the government, given the fact that now getting to the root of the issue will be the most important. The black box has already been recovered. High-level inquiry has been ordered. Next is, of course, trying to understand what happened. Forensic team has reached Air India crash site in Ahmedabad already. Yes, Gopi.
Well, definitely, Shivangi, as you've correctly mentioned, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was constantly in touch with the Chief Minister of Gujarat as and when the incident took place. I would ask my camera person to kindly show you the visuals. You can see that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on the second floor of a civil hospital. He is in fact going towards the trauma center, which is the C7 block where these intern doctors are kept. These are the visuals which we are showing you from the second floor of civil hospital, and Prime Minister Modi is here. Yesterday, in fact, it was Home Minister who was also here. He had also visited the victims, while accompanying the Prime Minister is Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel as well as Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi. Coming back to what we were discussing, Shivangi, yes, Prime Minister was constantly in touch with the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Bhupendra Patel, and we have seen that he was in touch with many other ministers as well. He was in touch with Ram Mohan Naidu as well, and what we are learning from our sources is a high-level investigation has been roped in, and all people who are responsible behind this massive, terrific and horrible mishap which took place yesterday in Ahmedabad will be made accountable. Where did the fault lie? They are going to go towards the root of why did this mishap happen in the first place, while on the other hand, since the bodies were charred badly, their identities couldn't be revealed. So DNA tests have been done yesterday at the Kasauti Bhavan here itself in civil hospital, so that matching of tests would be done. DNA samples have been collected. Now the reports would come out in a day or two, so we will have to wait and watch. But yes, we have seen that constantly it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well as Home Minister Amit Shah who was in touch with the Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel. We also saw how C.R. Patil also flew from Surat to Ahmedabad yesterday. He was also here. He took stock of the situation here on ground. So we will have to see what pans out next, but bodies are being handed to different family members if at all the identity is revealed, but there are many bodies which are still there in the post-mortem room here at the civil hospital waiting for the DNA tests. Back to you.
Yes, absolutely. We are keeping these pictures for our viewers. This is Prime Minister Modi at the civil hospital in Ahmedabad to meet the lone survivor and the other injured. Very, very important to note that initial reports suggest that the Air India flight could not dispose the fuel when the plane crashed. And at the same time, Gopi, documents accessed by Republic indicate that the Air India flight, which was crashed due to major technical fault, documents reveal show-cause notices that were served to Air India on June 3rd and June 5th by the Directorate of General of Civil Aviation, DGCA, raising concerns over the airworthiness and maintenance of several aircraft. So obviously the government has moved very, very fast. Prime Minister Modi himself on the ground at the civil hospital at the crash site. And the government says, Gopi, that expert panel will also be formed to strengthen aviation safety in India. That is very important to note. Gopi.
Well, Shivangi, you know, it is the need of an hour. We have been seeing repeated incidents have been happening since past many months now. In fact, yesterday, people here were remembering the 1988 plane crash which had happened at this very same spot like yesterday. And there as well, 133 people had lost their lives. So now, speaking on the similar lines, there needs to be strong investigation that which should be done. And as you have mentioned that yes, in spite of serving multiple show-cause notices to Air India, they are not accountable. We did happen to ask pointed questions to the CEO of Air India yesterday as we were showing our viewers, but he did not have any answers. In fact, he said he was reiterating this fact that this is not the appropriate time and we are with the family and it was about our aircraft, it was about our crew. But nowhere did he mention that the people, 200 people who lost their lives were their own as well. So this is the utmost, this is of utmost importance that, you know, that a high-level probe and high-level investigation should be done behind why this horrific plane crash took place in the first place. While what we are showing you right now is Prime Minister Narendra Modi is here just a short while back. He was here outside of the Asmita Bhavan. He took the route from Civil Superintendent's office while he went all the way to the second floor to meet the victims, in fact to meet the intern doctors where this plane had crashed. So this was the hostel, BJ Medical College hostel, where over 50 to 60 intern doctors were having lunch. 3 of them couldn't survive. They died yesterday itself, while many others are here in Block C of Trauma Center, where Prime Minister Modi is currently. And he is also going to meet the lone survivor whose native happens to be Diu, but he is a British citizen. Yes, back to you, Shiva.
Yes, Gopi getting a stop updates coming in right from the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. I just want to take our viewers through. Gopi, stay on with us. I just want to take our viewers through some of the updates that we have got so far. What we have for our viewers are pictures on their screen of the Prime Minister who is at the civil hospital in Ahmedabad to meet the lone survivor and the other injured doctor interns. At the same time, we're also telling our viewers what is happening at the crash site where Prime Minister Modi was there a short while back. And my colleague Gopi continues to be with us right now outside the civil hospital in Ahmedabad, where Prime Minister Modi has already arrived and is going to meet the injured. Now, there is also one bit which we have to tell our viewers about, Gopi, because Republic tried to confront the Air India CEO and he did not give a straight answer to us at all. Because like we told our viewers, show-cause notices were sent to Air India. Now, he was also at the crash site, Gopi, but he did not give a straight reaction, neither to the press there, neither to Republic TV. But many questions still remain. I will have to take a short break right now. I'll come back to our colleagues, Gopi and Akhil, in a short while. PM Modi arrives at the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. He's meeting the injured and the lone survivor as we speak. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
Power powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी प्लेन।
1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। कि लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
हाँ, मेरी शादी था, वो खम्बिसर थी, लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ फिर?
हाँ बस वो 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया को प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद से बाहर निकल गया था, तो वापस आए सिविल में आ गया।
क्या अभी लग रहा है, क्या प्रशासन की तरफ से क्या है?
अभी देखने भी नहीं मिला, वो अंदर एंट्री नहीं मिली सिविल में, अभी कुछ भी समाचार नहीं मिला है अभी तक।
मेरा लड़का है ना, वो ब्रेक पड़ा था खाने का, तो हॉस्टल में खाने गया था इधर, हॉस्टल में ही प्लेन क्रैश हुआ, पर मेरे लड़का को कुछ हुआ नहीं। बात हुई मेरी, पर इसके भाईबंद है ज्यादा हुए तो लोग मर गए, ये फिर मेरे लड़का को देखने जाना है अंदर मेरे।
अभी क्या लड़के को क्या सिचुएशन है?
लड़का बोला है कि मैं अच्छा दूसरे माह से कूदा था ना, तो थोड़ा खाली लगा है, ऐसा बोला है मेरे को, पर मैं जाऊँ अंदर तो मालूम।
Very good morning. You're watching live this morning. We are getting you all the updates on Prime Minister Narendra Modi reaching Ahmedabad today. He has visited the site of the London-bound Air India Boeing site crash, and he also earlier entered the civil hospital in Ahmedabad, where the injured are being treated. So Prime Minister Modi arrived in Ahmedabad this morning. Let's get all the details from Gopi, who is joining us from outside the civil hospital. Gopi, what are the updates you are getting? Because we understand that Prime Minister Modi, we saw those visuals of him entering inside the hospital, and he's taking stock of the situation, meeting the injured. What are the updates that you can provide us?
Well, in fact, Aishwarya, I would ask my camera person to kindly show you the visuals. Now, this is the 3rd floor of Block C of Civil Hospital, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi went just a short while back. Now, the lone survivor whose native is Diu and who is a British citizen has been kept here. So, he went to meet this lone survivor, while what we are also learning from our sources is that he is now going to go and meet the intern doctors who have in fact suffered the injuries. You can see we are showing you the visuals. He is coming out after meeting the lone survivors. You can keep monitoring our frame. Along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, as well as Union Minister C.R. Patil, as well as Home Minister of Gujarat Harsh Sanghvi. He just met the lone survivor and he is going back from this block. Now what we are learning is that he's going to go and meet the intern doctors who are stay put in the C7 block of Trauma Center. So this is what we are learning from our sources, while we are showing you the pictures from outside of Asmita Bhavan of Civil Hospital, from where opposite to the Asmita Bhavan he went to the Civil Superintendent's office, and then from that route he went to meet the lone survivor. Also to tell our viewers that yesterday it was Home Minister Amit Shah who was also here. He also took stock of the situation, while Ram Mohan Naidu was also at the spot. You can keep seeing the visuals. Prime Minister might come out of this civil superintendent block anytime from now, after which he is going to meet the student interns. While yes, I was mentioning about that how investigation has begun. Well, it was yesterday that the DNA samples of over thousands of people have been collected at the Kasauti Bhavan here, which is based here in the civil hospital of Ahmedabad. So the DNA samples have been collected. Now it is going to take 2 to 3 days for the reports to be out, after which the bodies will be handed over to the families. So this is what we are learning from our sources. While just a short while back, my colleague Akil, who is at the crash site, had also mentioned that FSL teams have visited the site twice, while another new FSL team had also reached the spot today morning. So yes, samples are also being collected from there. You can see Prime Minister Modi is coming out from this place. This is the Civil Superintendent's office. Please keep monitoring our frame. Prime Minister Modi just met the lone survivor who hails from Diu, but he is from he is a British citizen. You can see that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was here just a short while back. Just to tell our viewers who have joined in late, he reached the Asmita Bhavan of Civil Hospital, which is based in Asarwa of Ahmedabad. He went to the Civil Superintendent's office, from where he went on the 3rd floor where the lone survivor of this plane crash is kept. He spoke to him, while now he is moving towards block C7, where he is going to meet the intern doctors who have suffered injuries yesterday as the plane crashed at that very spot. We just showed you the visuals that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was here at the civil hospital, and he just left. You can keep checking the visuals. We are getting you from Asmita Bhavan of Civil Hospital, and yes, now he will be meeting the victims, doctor interns of that very place where the plane crashed. And yes, what we are learning from our sources is that 3 doctors have succumbed to death, but others are in a very serious, grim condition. So he's going to take stock of those intern doctors as well. Back to you.
Right, Gopi, what we are witnessing is Prime Minister Modi, after meeting with the lone survivor of the crash, is now moving towards the another block where intern doctors have been kept, and he is going to take a stock of the situation there as well, and express his condolences to the doctors who have lost their lives, and also express solidarity with the ones who are injured. Those visuals we can see of the Prime Minister's cavalcade there moving, and Gopi, if I could, what we are seeing is that the entire Modi government, they are keeping a very, very close eye on the situation. And yesterday we also saw Amit Shah mentioning that within 10 minutes of the incident, he informed the Prime Minister, the Gujarat Home Minister, the control room of the Home Department, as well the Civil Aviation Department and the Civil Aviation Minister. And the Prime Minister instantly, he mentioned, called back. And the personnel, of course, from the union and state governments were jumped in for the relief and rescue operation. And the Prime Minister today morning immediately arriving at the scene, inspecting the crash site and visiting the injured. So very, very close eye is being kept on, considering the fact that this is one of the worst accidents in the aviation history.
Well, indeed, as you've correctly mentioned, time and again we have seen that, Prime Minister is very quick with his decisions. While yesterday we saw that, how he immediately called Bhupendra Patel as well as Home Minister Amit Shah to, take stock of the situation. While not just that, he also asked various MPs and MLAs, in fact, to come and visit this particular site. We also saw how C.R. Patil, the Union Minister who was in Surat yesterday, reached Ahmedabad to visit this very site. While today we are seeing that, Prime Minister was here himself. He is taking the stock of the situation. Just a short while back, we were showing our viewers how he was here outside of the Asmita Bhavan of Civil Hospital to take the stock of the situation. While he met the lone survivor who hails from Diu, but he is a British citizen. He just met him, and now he is, what we are learning from our sources is that he is in fact going to meet the survivors, the doctors, in fact the intern doctors who have suffered injuries from there. I would ask my camera person to kindly show you the visuals, how there are many media personals here as well who are moving towards the civil superintendent office as well. So this is what we can get from you. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is here visiting the civil hospital. He had visited the crash site here in Ahmedabad. He is here himself to take the stock of the situation and understand what is happening on the ground. We will be back after a short commercial break. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Today at 1:30 local time, an Air India plane bound for London, Gatwick, departed Ahmedabad, and shortly after takeoff, it seemed to have experienced some issues and stalled into a residential area and then crashed. From the footage that we can see, it's very hard to determine what the cause might have been. However, there must have been some technical issues because the pilots sent out a mayday, a distress signal. The plane involved the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner is considered a new generation plane and has a great safety record. So ever since it has been introduced to service in 2011, it has never experienced a crash. Yes, there has been issues with the Dreamliner when it was introduced to service, especially with their batteries and other minor issues, but this is normal when a new plane enters service. Air India is known to have a great safety record. They operate hundreds of flights every day. They have a modern fleet of Airbuses and Boeings, and this comes to a shock for all of us. So it's very hard to determine what really caused this incident, given that the Boeing 787 is such a safe airplane and Air India has a great safety record. I'm sure the flight recorders will be found very soon.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has visited the crash site where the Air India London-bound flight crashed on a Thursday. Let's get all the details. Our colleague Akhil is now joining us live from the crash site. Akhil, we understand that Prime Minister Modi arrived in the morning some time back. He has, of course, proceeded to the hospital to meet the injured. What updates can you provide us about the situation right now at the crash site?
Well, that's right. If you see, Prime Minister Modi arrived at the crash site just after landing at the very airport of Ahmedabad. From there, directly he reached to the very spot behind me. You can see the spot where that unfortunate mishap took place, in which what we have seen that 241 lives have been lost. And in that very incident, if you see what has happened, that in that very flight which was bound to London from Ahmedabad, it took off at around 1:39 p.m. And after that, what we have seen that after taking off within 30 seconds, what we have seen that there was a steep fall from the flight, in which what we have seen that if you just see the visuals through a Republic lens, you will find that there is a building which is known as a BJ Medical College, and when the aircraft just crashed, just plummeted from the skies, it just went deep over here, and what we have seen that several students, medical students who were having lunch at that point in time have also got injured. So,
all right, there seems to be a technical glitch there. We'll try to connect back with our reporter, but essentially what he's been saying is that he was mentioning how Prime Minister Modi visited the crash site where the Air India London-bound flight crashed on Thursday, immediately after taking off. And after being briefed about the situation at the crash site, Prime Minister Modi, of course, proceeded to the hospital where the injured are being treated. And what Akhil was telling us earlier, that the Prime Minister stayed at the site for about 20 minutes. He took stock of the situation before moving to the hospital to meet with the injured. In fact, Akhil is with us. Akhil, as you were mentioning, how Prime Minister Modi spent about 15 to 20 minutes there at the crash site, and he took stock of the situation. He was also accompanied by ministers as well. Give us more details on that scenario there.
Well, absolutely. If you see this very morning, what we have seen that Prime Minister Modi arrived at the very crash site, and he was there for approximately 20 minutes over there at the very site, and he has inspected the ground. Along with him, what we have seen that AAI, Airport Authority of India officials were also there, DGCA officials were also there, Air India team was also over there. If you see, still what we are learning that this very morning, the CEO of Air India, Mr. Campbell, has arrived over there, and he is still inside the very premises of the BJ Medical College. So right now, two different forensic teams are still inside, and they are trying to recover something from the visuals you can see at this point in time. So when Prime Minister Modi arrived at the site, he basically inspected the ground zero, that how this entire unfortunate incident took place.
Right, and as you were speaking, Akhil, we can see these visuals from the crash from Prime Minister Modi there inspecting the crash site in Ahmedabad, and the officials there showing him the kind of disaster that took place. He looking at the crash site, inspecting the crash site, and where the crash took place, going around the buildings that look devastated right now. From the crash site in Ahmedabad, those visuals are there. Prime Minister Modi arrived in Ahmedabad today morning, visited the site of the crash that killed 241 people a day earlier. He arrived at the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel airport. Then he drove straight to the crash site in Meghani Nagar area. And he was accompanied there by Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel as well. Remember, he had earlier tweeted about the tragedy, and he had said it is heartbreaking beyond words. And he had said, in this sad hour, our thoughts are with everyone affected by it. And he also mentioned that he's been in touch with the ministers and the authorities there. And earlier, Union Home Minister Amit Shah had also visited the site to take stock of the situation, as well as Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu was there, and today Prime Minister Modi at the crash site there, inspecting the site and the devastation that was caused by the crash. Remember, the centre has formed a high-level committee to probe the crash, to look into the reasons, and all the people on board except one were killed in the crash. All right, those are visuals there from the crash site. Prime Minister Modi arriving at the crash site and inspecting what really remains of that building, and burned and charred remains of vehicles there we are seeing. And Prime Minister Modi talking to the officials, taking stock of the situation. This is the site where Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner crashed. It went down immediately after taking off, and the crash killed 241 people a day earlier. So Prime Minister Modi had arrived at the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport a little earlier, and he drove straight to the crash site in Meghani Nagar area. He's seen in the visuals talking to the officials there, also accompanied by Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel.
Well, if you see, we are at the very ground zero where that unfortunate incident took place. And if you see, if you can just see the visuals where Prime Minister Modi just visited, and we have got those visuals from the debris site, so where if you see, there what we have seen that the parts, there what we have seen that the parts, the different parts of that aircraft which have got completely dismantled from the aircraft. If you talk about the vertical stabilizer or the horizontal stabilizer or the cockpit area, the fuselage area, which is the main body part, and the area which basically gives thrust to the airplane. So even the wheels, we could not find any part of that aircraft into its actual form, because the impact was so intense. The vehicle, the aircraft, which was basically running at a very high speed, and if you see when that incident took place, the aircraft was just at a height of 650 feet above this very building of BJ Medical College. And I would like to move a little bit forward and show you the visual right now. Ahmedabad, an ambulance has arrived over here, which is of Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. In the visual you can see over here. I'd like to move a little bit forward and try to speak to the staff of this very ambulance, but he's reluctant to speak on cam right now. So on the investigation what we have been seeing that the DGCA, apart from that, what we have been seeing the state unit of the Gujarat police team and the state other agencies of the state has also been looped in to investigate the entire matter. And if you can see, the NDRF team has cleared off the entire debris, because if you see last night what we have seen that there were reminiscence of some parts which were not collected late night after that episode were collected this very morning, and what we have seen, the two different units of the forensic team have also went inside, and they're also basically collecting the evidence, the materials from the very spot.
Right. Prime Minister Modi there visiting the crash site. Those visuals from him inspecting the crash site. Remember, the flight lost control soon after taking off, and it is here at this place into the residential quarters of the BJ Medical College in Meghani Nagar, where it exactly crashed, and it went up in flames and sending plumes of black thick smoke. Of course, now the building has completely turned black because of the great impact and of course the great fire that ensued soon after the crash. The pilot had issued a Mayday distress call, and this is immediately after the takeoff. And what we can see is those visuals of charred remains of the building turning completely black, and there is some debris also lying strewn all over the building. and Prime Minister Modi there inspecting the site, speaking to the officials. And so far, what the experts in the aviation field have been mentioning, how the lack of thrust in the engines was the likely cause, the probable cause of the crash. And these are the visuals from the wreckage area, the place where the flight had crashed into. It is the part of the BJ Medical College Hospital where the flight crashed. And these are the residential quarters. And we'll take a very short break. We'll get more details on Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the crash site, inspecting and speaking to the officials. We'll get all the details on that big story. Stay with us.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी प्लेन.
एक और 10.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ.
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ.
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना.
ये मिला.
हाँ, हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Today at 1:30 local time, an Air India plane bound for London, Gatwick, departed Ahmedabad, and shortly after takeoff, it seemed to have experienced some issues and stalled into a residential area and then crashed. From the footage that we can see, it's very hard to determine what the cause might have been. However, there must have been some technical issues because the pilot.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Hello viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We have reporters on the ground in Ahmedabad tracking the plane crash, the tragic plane crash. Prime Minister Modi was at the crash site. He also met the crash survivors at the civil hospital. We'll get to all details that are coming in, but as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. Prime Minister Modi reaches plane crash site, takes stock of situation. Prime Minister also met injured in hospital. Air India confirms that 241 people have died in the flight operating from Ahmedabad to London. The sole survivor is being treated in a hospital.
AI 171 दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुई। इस घटना से पूरा देश क्षुब्ध है और पूरा देश एक साथ इनके परिजनों के साथ खड़ा है।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah expressed deep sorrow over the Air India plane crash, calling it a devastating accident that has shaken the entire nation. DNA testing begins in the Air India plane crash as authorities work to identify the victims from the charred remains at the crash site.
There were multiple show cause notices given. Why were they ignored?
I don't believe this is the appropriate time to talk about things that are unrelated to this incident.
Republic confronts Air India CEO Campbell over the recent show cause notices issued to the airline. When asked about the regulatory concerns, Campbell dodges our questions. And viewers, Prime Minister Modi was at the crash site where an Air India London-bound flight crashed on Thursday. And after being briefed about the situation at the crash site, he also proceeded to the hospital where the injured were being treated. Okay, so we have those pictures coming in. There's a Prime Minister Modi. He was at the site of the Air India Boeing Dreamliner, which crashed, killing 241 people a day earlier. And this is also being seen as one of the worst air disasters in recent times. Prime Minister Modi arrived straight from the airport to the crash site. He was accompanied by the Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel and the Civil Aviation Minister as well. Now you can see that he's with Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu and is taking stock of the situation. I have with us our colleague who's joining us right now. Akhil is joining us live. He is at the crash site, and we have those pictures coming in right now, Akhil. Prime Minister Modi was right there at that site. These pictures are coming in now. He has now left the civil hospital. If you could just take our viewers through these scenes. Where is exactly Prime Minister Modi? Which parts is he inspecting and taking the stock of the situation of?
Well, if you just see in those visuals, it's pretty clear that Prime Minister Modi was at the various spot where you can find the debris of the actual aircraft when that incident took place. And what we have seen that when the flight took off from Ahmedabad airport for London, at that point in time, the flight basically was bound to fly at 1:39 p.m. and at that exact point in time, it basically took off from the runway. And after that, what we have seen that within 30 seconds at a height of 650 feet above from the ground. It basically plummeted, and there is a free fall of that aircraft onto the very ground, and the area on which that aircraft basically fell was of BJ Medical College. So there were different towers, different residence towers for the PG medical students. And apart from that, if you see towards the left of that very building, if you will see, there's a mess of that compound as well of the BJ Medical College. So basically, a flight landed over there. It crashed onto that building, in which what we have seen that there were 42 people who were on board on that very flight, in which 230 have been the passengers, and apart from that there were 12 crew members. And if you see, out of those 242 people, what we have seen that 241 have lost their life, and there is only a lone survivor in this very case who is still being treated at the city hospital. And if you see, it's a miraculous saving, because when that incident took place, that passenger, who is an Indian-born British citizen, he was basically sitting on 11th E seat, and he basically escaped from the very flight. And after that, he basically got not such deep injuries, but he is still recovering, because if you just go by the visuals that we have recovered, in those visuals it's pretty clear that he has not got a major injury. And then after that, what we have seen, that the recovery process began at the various spot, and the forensic team, the Gujarat police, Ahmedabad police team basically arrived at the very site. And not only the Gujarat police team, apart from that, what we have been seeing, that the central agencies have been looped in to basically clear off the debris. And in a late night operation till 4 a.m., what we have seen that the debris have been cleared off from the site. And after that, what we have seen that the identification process of those 241 individuals have already begun. So identification of those individuals is not going to be easy as well, because if you see the aircraft parts, what we have seen at the ground zero, there were not even a single part of that aircraft which was in its actual form. It was completely distorted, dismantled, and restructured. So from those burned parts, the forensic experts team will try to recover some material, and then they will try to basically deep dive into that part of investigation, so that they can identify. And after that, after the identification process, once it will be done, then the process of handing over of the bodies to their next kin will be done. Back to you.
Yes. Okay. So, Akhil, stay on with us. Akhil is at the same location where Prime Minister was a short while back. Prime Minister Modi was reviewing the situation at the Air India plane crash site. He was exactly at that site. You can see that there's a part of the plane which crashed into the building. Akhil, I'm coming back to you. As we keep showing these pictures to our viewers, we have to tell our viewers about the probe which has been ordered. The DGCA, Directorate General of Civil Aviation, has launched an investigation into the tragic crash of the Air India aircraft. And as the probe has been ordered, we also see the government taking steps to make sure that the aviation industry is holding standards, gold standards. We have seen in the past as well multiple crashes. We have seen multiple issues being raised, and Republic TV has pointed it out as well. We have done stories on safety of passengers.
Shivangi, if you see that the DGCA, who's a regulatory body, has given several show cause notices to the airline. After then, even if you see, we even questioned the Air India CEO, Mr. Wilson, in that regard. That is, several show cause notices were basically given to the aircraft company, and they did not act. So right now, the time has come for the accountability, and the accountability will be has already begun. In that process, we will have to see that whose actual fault was that, because the investigation at this stage is at a very embryonic stage, so we cannot comment on that. Because if you see right now, the different units of the Civil Aviation Ministry has been working on that direction. If you talk about the DGCA is a regulatory body which is working on that direction. Apart from that, you will have to take also the aircraft team, or the Boeing, which is the manufacturer of this aircraft, also accountable. So right now, what we are learning information from sources that the aircraft company, which is the Boeing in this very case, and Air India as well. So apart from that, if you see the ATC also, so right now the check and balances will have already begun in this case to identify that where was the loophole, where was it the miscommunication of the ATC because of this very incident took place, or was there any mechanical error due to which this mishap took place? Because if you see last night, what we have seen that when Mr. Amit Shah, Home Minister Amit Shah, visited the various spot after that he did a press conference, and in that he has very categorically mentioned that there was about 1.25 lakh litre of fuel that was inside the very aircraft, and so it was very difficult to bring out those people just within fraction of seconds. What we have seen that the entire aircraft basically turned into a fireball. So it was very difficult to rescue all those passengers and crew members from the aircraft after the mishap.
Akhil, stay on with us. Documents accessed by Republic have indicated that the Air India flight which crashed was grounded by the DGCA last year in 2024 due to a major technical fault. Now, the show cause notices were served to Air India on June 3rd and June 5th by the DGCA, raising concerns about the maintenance of several aircrafts. The black box has been recovered, and as the investigation continues, more critical details will be revealed. What happened just after the takeoff? That's a big question which is being raised. All right, getting some big breaking news coming in right now, viewers. Let's go to the other breaking that we're tracking for you. We are seeing that Air India under scrutiny, flights hit with snags. We're coming to know that 3 Air India flights report major snags back after takeoff. And their Air India Chandigarh, Leh reported air turned back at Chandigarh due to the green hydraulic pump low pressure during climb. During inspection, leak observed from hydraulic line at nose gear area. Air India Kolkata to Mumbai has reported bird hit, damage on nose at Mumbai upon landing, and dent damage on as well was observed in the Air India Delhi to Hyderabad, reported both windshield cracked during flight. However, the flight continued to destination Hyderabad. So exactly what we were talking about right now, that Air India must answer about 3 Air India flights which have reported snags. You can see those 3 flights there. One is Delhi to Hyderabad. Multiple flights, I repeat, had snags. So we have the Air India Chandigarh to Leh flight, reported air turned back at Chandigarh due to green hydraulic pump low pressure during the climb. All right, we have to move ahead right now. Getting some more pictures coming in of the Prime Minister Modi, who has met the crash survivors. Prime Minister Modi was at the civil hospital a short while back, meeting the crash survivors, meeting the doctor interns who were injured. And these pictures are showing the Prime Minister speaking to the doctors and the inside visuals. Okay, that is the lone survivor. That is the lone survivor of the plane crash who has survived. His survival is being called a miracle. And he has met the lone survivor. He has met the other doctor interns as well who were injured. These pictures are coming in from the civil hospital a short while back, where Prime Minister Modi was at the hospital with top leaders. He is in Ahmedabad, and he has just met the injured after leaving the crash site. And I want to go straight to my colleague joining us, Gopi. Prime Minister Modi was at the Ahmedabad civil hospital after meeting those injured in the tragic plane crash. Not just the injured, also the doctor interns of the hostel and the sole survivor. Yes.
Well, yes, Shivangi, we were giving this information just a short while back. I'm standing at that very place. I would ask my camera person to show you. This is the civil superintendent main gate, civil hospital's main gate. He went inside from this place, and on the third floor of this very building is the lone survivor. Now, after meeting the lone survivor, as we were informing our viewers, he also went on to meet the intern doctors who are in critical condition, while 3 have already succumbed to death. Now, these intern doctors were in fact having lunch yesterday at the BJ Medical Hostel, and while having lunch, this plane crashed. There were around 50 to 60 doctors, what we are learning from our sources, and medical list that we have accessed, that there are over 42 doctors who have been admitted to the civil hospital, while out of 42, 3 have already lost their lives after yesterday's plane crash. While also what we are learning from our sources, Shivangi, is that before leaving, Prime Minister Modi is also going to quickly meet the health officials as well as the health secretary at somewhere near the circuit house. So that is what we are learning from our sources, where he will in fact be telling them to speed up the entire process of DNA reports. This is what we are learning from our sources. While after landing here in Ahmedabad, the first thing that he did was he met Anjali Rupani, who is the wife of Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, who lost his life yesterday in the plane crash. But currently we are here at the civil hospital, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is meeting the doctor victims, was in fact meeting doctor victims just a short while from now, and he took the stock of entire situation of the plane crash, while he also visited the site where the plane had crashed, and he has in fact roped in, FSL has been roped in, agencies have been roped in, investigation is underway. People who will be accountable would be held accountable in the coming days. Questions would be raised, questions would be asked to them as to why this horrific incident took place. Yesterday we saw that Home Minister was also here. Along with the Home Minister, there was also Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, while today we saw that Prime Minister was accompanied by the Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, Union Minister C.R. Patil, as well as Home Minister of Gujarat Harsh Sanghvi. While just a short while back, we also saw how Rishikesh Patel, the Health Minister of Gujarat, was also here at the civil hospital. He was also taking a stock of the situation. So yes, Shivangi, everybody is on the ground, starting from the Prime Minister to the Ministers of State, as well as various MLAs and councillors that we have been seeing since yesterday. Back to you.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm staying with pictures coming in, Gopi, and keep staying on with us. Very, very important, very important updates coming in, because this is the, we showed pictures of the sole survivor. Prime Minister Modi has met the sole survivor who's currently being treated in the hospital. And okay, we have the picture on your screen. So you can see on the right hand side, this is a sole survivor. This is Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, only person from that plane to survive the crash, and he is the only survivor. Prime Minister Modi has met him. On the left hand, Prime Minister Modi was at the crash site, right next to where the plane crashed into the building. You can see the parts of the plane lodged into the building. He was right at that crash site, where my reporters have been also reporting live. Our reporters have been there. Let's go back to Gopi, who's joining us right now. Gopi, there has been many updates coming in. Helpline numbers have also been extended. There are also updates coming in and a lot of support being given to the families of the victims, the ones who died, and of the injured. Yes, Gopi.
Well, yes, Shivangi, as you've correctly mentioned, we saw yesterday how Tata also announced that they are going to give 1 crore to the family of the deceased. While also, apart from this, state government is putting in efforts to help these family members. Not just that, we have seen that from Prime Minister to the MLAs to different MPs, they have been visiting the civil hospital as well as the site. They are taking stock of the situation. While apart from this, let's also tell our viewers that DNA samples of over thousands of people have been collected at the Kasauti Bhavan here, which is based in a civil hospital yesterday. And the sampling, DNA samples will now be matched, the reports of which will be out in a day or two, after which the bodies will be handed over. The bodies are so charred, Shivangi, they are in a bad condition wherein they are not able to figure out, they are not able to identify those bodies, precisely why there is a need of DNA testing. So this is underway, and in fact what we are learning from our sources, I was mentioning about this just a short while back, that Prime Minister is also going to meet the Health Secretary as well as the health officials to speed up the entire process of DNA reports so that the bodies can be handed over to the respective families as soon as possible. This is what we are learning from our sources. While we just showed the pictures of lone survivor, Prime Minister Modi meeting that lone survivor who hails from Diu. He in fact was settled in London since past 20 years now. He is survived by a wife and a daughter, and he was doing a kind of construction business there back in London. While also what we are learning from our sources is he was accompanied by his brother. He lost his brother. His brother is nowhere to be found as yet. So this is the story of the lone survivor, while Prime Minister Modi also met the doctor interns who were injured yesterday in the plane crash. Back to you, Shivangi.
That is right. Okay, so we're getting back to a place coming in right now, viewers. At the same time, Air India is many questions left for Air India to answer. Support centers, helplines for families of crash victims has already been set up. Like Gopi was telling us, compensation has been announced. Going back to Gopi right now, because we have Gopi at the civil hospital where Prime Minister Modi was, and we had Akil at the crash site. I'm coming back to you, Gopi. As we are tracking this story, we also have to tell our viewers what is next. What is next? Because the black box has been found. What would be revealing through the black box? What will come out from the black box? That remains to be seen. Documents were accessed by the public as well, where we have come to know that there were show cause notices sent to Air India on June 3rd and June 5th, raising concerns about the aircrafts. Now, what is next? What is next in terms of the probe? What can we expect next, Gopi? Just take our viewers through those details.
Well, in fact, we happened to speak to the CEO of Air India yesterday, and we were showing our viewers how he dodged our questions, and he was in fact saying that you shouldn't be raising these questions at this point in time. But in fact, we have to make them accountable, because this is in fact, it is because of their negligence that such a horrific incident have happened. And if you talk about the multiple show cause notices which have been served to the Air India, we happened to ask this question as well to the CEO, but he again refuted to answer, and he simply said that, this is not the time to discuss this. We are with the family. But we are with the family when over 200 have already lost their lives. In fact, he mentioned in one of his answers, let's tell our viewers, that he said it was our aircraft. It was our aircraft. It was our Prime Minister Narendra Modi is here in the civil hospital, and he is here to take the stock of the condition after the horrific plane crash that happened yesterday. While a short meeting is also scheduled with the health officials as well as the health secretary. We are reporting live from the civil hospital of Ahmedabad. Stay tuned with Republic TV. We will be back after a short commercial break.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर। अरे तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ।
है अंकल टिंबरनेबल सनरूफ।
पैडल शिफ्टर्स वो तो होंगे ही।
जस्ट पैडल्स।
डील्स और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना।
ये मिला।
हाँ? इन्होंने तो लॉलीपॉप ले लिया। क्या आप भी लेना चाहोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं। तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी प्लेन।
1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। कि लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
हाँ मेरी साड़ी था वो कम्बिशर थी, लंदन जा रही थी। हाँ फिर? हाँ बस वो 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया है प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद से बाहर निकल गया था, तो वापस आए सिविल में आ गया।
क्या अभी लग रहा है, क्या प्रशासन की तरफ से क्या है?
अभी देखने भी नहीं मिला, वो अंदर एंट्री नहीं मिली सिविल में, अभी कुछ भी समाचार नहीं मिला है अभी तक।
मेरा लड़का है ना, वो ब्रेक पड़ा था खाने का, तो हॉस्टल में खाने गया था इधर, नहीं हॉस्टल में ही प्लेन क्रैश हुआ, पर मेरे लड़का को कुछ हुआ नहीं, बात हुई मेरी, पर इसके भाईबंद है ज्यादा हुए तो लोग मर गए, ये फिर मेरे लड़का को देखने जाना है अंदर मेरे।
अभी क्या लड़के को क्या सिचुएशन?
All right, viewers, welcome back. We are live and breaking, getting you the updates. Prime Minister Modi was at the crash site and met injured in the civil hospital. PM Modi met and inquired about the health conditions of those injured in the Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad and the miracle survivor. And I want to go straight across to Akhil, who is at the crash site as well. Prime Minister Modi has met the injured in the hospital, but you have been at the crash site where Prime Minister Modi went at the crash site, exactly where the plane hit the building. We can see part of the plane also jutting out of that building. Akhil, just coming across to you so you can take our viewers through what happened, what did Prime Minister Modi inquire about, and the probe which has been ordered.
Well, Shivang, if you see the area where when the Prime Minister was about to arrive, the area was completely cordoned off, and SPG basically took over this entire various space. But right now the PM has left from the various spot, and after that I can show you the visuals from ground zero. So what actually took place, that when Prime Minister Modi landed in Ahmedabad at around 8:30 a.m. and after that he straight came to the various spot where he was here for about 20 minutes, and there he met several senior officials from the Air India as well, from the DGC as well, and apart from that, what we have seen that from Gujarat Police Department senior officials were also there, the NDRF senior officials were also there, SDRF senior officials were also there. So he met all the senior officials, and after that, what we have seen that basically he took stock of this entire situation. That if you just see the visuals of this very building, when the aircraft collided directly head-on, there was a head-on collision between that aircraft and that building, and after that, what we have seen that is basically turned into a fireball. And if you see in this very incident, what we have seen that there were two, you can see imagine the impact of this very incident, because in this very incident, there were 242 people on board. And out of those 242 people, what we have seen that there were 230 passengers were there, and there were 12 crew members. So if you just see out of this incident, there were 241 people who have lost their life. There is only one survivor who is an Indian origin British citizen who is still undergoing treatment at a very hospital right now, where Prime Minister Modi, after visiting this very spot, went to the very hospital to meet the lone survivor, and after that he also met in a different same ward with the PGS students who also got injured in this very incident while they were having a lunch at the mess of BJ Medical College. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll be just right back after a short commercial break.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली मियाँ thought
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Today at 1:30 local time, an Air India plane bound for London, Gatwick, departed Ahmedabad, and shortly after takeoff, it seemed to have experienced some issues and stalled into a residential area and then crashed. From the footage that we can see, it's very hard to determine what the cause might have been. However, there must have been some technical issues because the pilots sent out a mayday, a distress signal. The plane involved the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner is considered a new generation plane and has a great safety record. So ever since it has been introduced to service,
Prime Minister Narendra Modi reaches plane crash site to take stock of the situation. Prime Minister Modi visits civil hospital, meets the lone survivor of the plane crash and injured intern doctors. Air India under immense scrutiny, flights hit with multiple snags. On 12th of June, Air India faced a series of in-flight glitches. There were multiple show cause notices given. Why were they ignored?
I don't believe this is the appropriate time to talk about things that are unrelated to this incident.
Republic confronts Air India CEO Campbell over the recent show cause notices issued to the airline. When asked about the regulatory concerns, Campbell dodges question. And Israel strikes Iran nuclear plant in massive escalation in the Middle East. Israel declared state of the emergency. And we have breaking news coming in on 12th of June. The Air India flights reported major technical snags after taking off. Air India 3416 Chandigarh to Leh flight also reported and turned back at Chandigarh due to some hydraulic pump low pressure during the climb, and during inspection leak observed from hydraulic line at nose gear area. Also, Air India AI 2410 Kolkata to Mumbai also reported bird hit damage on nose Redcom at Mumbai upon. All right, let's get more details. Harsha is now joining us for more details. Harsha, what we are getting to know is there have been technical snags also that were reported on 12th of June in various Air India flights. What more are you picking up?
So let me tell you so let me tell you that June 12th, the day which was a devastating day for so many families, as 242 passengers lost their life in the plane crash from Ahmedabad to London. But on the same day, it's very important for our viewers also to know that on the same day there were 3 Air India flights which are operating from Chandigarh to Leh, another one from Kolkata to Mumbai. The third flight was operating from so the third flight was also there, which was operating from Delhi to Hyderabad. All these 3 flights faced a severe technical snag, and also it was noted that that in Kolkata Mumbai flight, it was the nose of the aircraft which was broken. There was a dent, and it was seen after landing at the Mumbai airport. And if we talk about the Chandigarh Leh flight, there was an issue with the green hydraulic pump climb, and also in the Hyderabad flight there was a immense technical snag as the 2 windshield were broken. They were cracked, but still the operators thought it's better to go to the destination, and the flight went to Hyderabad. It was landed at its destination, Hyderabad. So 3 technical major snags were reported on June 12 only in 3 Air India flights. This clearly states that how the maintenance repairing work of Air India is under the question. DGCA must pull up Air India. Also, the preliminary report from the side of the Air India has been given to DGCA in this entire matter. DGCA will investigate exactly what has happened, why the maintenance and the services of these flights were not done while takeoff, if the pilots and the crew members were not aware about the windshield cracking, and also about the dent in the nose radome of the aircraft. These are the major issues which also could have taken to a tragedy. But yes, these flights went to its final destination. Only the Chandigarh Leh flight took a turn back and went back to Chandigarh when they saw that there was a hydraulic pump issue in the Air India flight. Also, now Air India set an immense radar of the MOCA and of the other agencies as well. The agencies like DGCA and BCAS are now opening all the files of Air India, where in past also major technical snags in the Air India aircrafts have been seen. And also these flights are right now, as said by Air India, have been set to maintenance and servicing. It is sent to the hall. Until unless the aircraft will be in proper condition, it will not be flown. But right now, what is important to know is that there are several aircraft of Air India which are not maintained, which have faulty equipments, and that also the show cause notices was clearly seen. Also, in the case of the
all right. Yeah, of course, the Air India needs to answer a lot of questions, Harsha, but at the same time, Boeing's safety record has also come under the scanner, because Boeing 787 Dreamliner has a history of technical faults as well. Boeing 737, we understand, was, of course, that was one major issue that the entire fleet was taken off. But what about Boeing's safety record? That has also come under the scanner.
Pointed out, if we talk about the Boeing, the company which makes the aircraft, and Air India in the year 2009 also had taken 27 aircrafts from the Boeing, and also from that time to till now, if we see, there has been multiple cases in the Boeing aircraft. Also in 2024, one of the main engineers of the Boeing, Sam Saloper, also flagged major concerns in the assembling of several equipments and parts in the Boeing aircraft, and also went by saying that Boeing 787 should be grounded. It should be, there's a major safety and maintenance issue. There's a issue of the assembling of the equipment of the parts of Boeing 787 as well. And therefore, in past also, there has been almost 12 to 13 incidents of Boeing 787. And now it raises a lot of questions that why Air India is operating 787 after major loopholes were flagged in 787 in the past as well. So now the major things comes under the prerogative of AAIB and of the Ministry of Civil Aviation, that they should now ensure that
विश्वास, अगर हम जानना चाहें कि आप थोड़ा सा बता पाएं कि ये हादसा कैसे हुआ था, क्योंकि ये एक बड़ा चमत्कार है जिस तरीके से आप वहाँ से इकलौते ऐसे शख्स हैं जो जिंदा बचे।
वो मेरे नज़रों के सब सामने हुआ था। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लेके तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना तो मुझे लगा मैं ज़िंदा हूँ। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से। मेरे नज़रों के सामने एयर हॉस्टल और दूसरे आंटी अंकल सभी उसमें मिस हो गए थे सभी।
अच्छा, थोड़ा सा बता पाएं, जब जैसे ही टेक ऑफ हुई फ्लाइट, क्या हुआ था और अचानक से कैसे हादसा हुआ?
टेक ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना, तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया हो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं, वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो क्या था वो
हॉस्टल था, एक हॉस्पिटल का।
हाँ, हॉस्टल में। और सब सामने सब हुआ।
ये जब फ्लाइट जब क्रैश हुई, उस समय हॉस्टल पे लैंड की थी, उसी समय आप बाहर निकले थे?
नहीं, क्योंकि आई थिंक मेरे को जब मैं जो साइड पे था ना, वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी। हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना, जैसे नीचे, वहाँ लैंड हुई थी। तो मुझे दूसरे के बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना, वो नीचे की साइड थी। तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए। तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे थे ना, वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा, क्योंकि उधर पूरा उधर ही क्रैश हुआ था। मैं जो जहाँ था वहाँ ही थोड़ा पेस था। फिर भी मेरे पता नहीं मैं कैसे बचा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे नज़र के सामने ही सब 2 एयर हॉस्टल वो अंकल आंटी सब उधर ही सब।
आप पैदल चल के आए वहाँ से निकल के?
हाँ, और थोड़ा जब आग लगी ना, मेरा लेफ्ट हैंड भी जल गया थोड़ा। फिर एम्बुलेंस मेरे को उठा लेके इधर आया हॉस्पिटल में।
अभी इलाज वगैरह कैसा हो रहा है? अभी कैसा फील कर रहे हैं आप?
इलाज बहुत अच्छा है, यहाँ के लोग बहुत सपोर्टिंग है, बहुत अच्छा इलाज कर रहे हैं सब।
ये आपने देखा विश्वास कुमार, जो इकलौते शख्स थे जो इस हादसे में जिंदा बचे थे। प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर पहुंचे घायलों को देखने के लिए, क्योंकि
All right, those visuals there, the lone survivor of the deadly Air India plane crash is speaking to the reporter about what happened on 12th of June, and he recounting the horror and mentioning how he was able to come out of the gate. Remember, he was seated on 11A seat number and he was able to come. All right, let's get more details from Gopi, our colleague who's joining us from Ahmedabad. Gopi, we just heard the lone survivor of that air crash speaking about the horror and how he managed to really come out of the door and walk a little bit while before the ambulance took him away. What more can you tell us? Because we understand that he had earlier also spoken to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister was there speaking to him. Give us more details.
Well, yes, in fact, we just heard how Vishwas Kumar, in fact, was speaking to one of the reporters, and, he was mentioning about the experience. He was sharing his experience of being the lone survivor of this horrific plane crash. Well, just a short while back, we also saw that Prime Minister Narendra Modi also met him, while yesterday it was also Home Minister who was here to meet him. While what we are understanding from his sources of this particular lone survivor is that he hails from Diu, which is the Union Territory. He comes from there, but yes, he has settled in London for over 20 years now. He has his wife and one of the daughters living there back in London, but he lost his brother who was traveling with him in this very flight. Both of them were traveling to London. This is what we are learning from our sources. There back in London, he has some sort of construction business. He's involved into construction business. This is what we have learnt. This is the background of this lone survivor. While we just saw just a short while back, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, apart from meeting this lone survivor, also went and spoke to the intern doctors who are injured after yesterday's plane crash. Let's tell our viewers, let's tell them once again that this plane had in fact crashed on the BJ Medical Hostel. And this is where the intern doctors used to reside, reside, and around 50 to 60 doctors were having lunch when this plane crashed. So what also we are learning from our sources, and we can confirm that 3 intern doctors have lost their lives, while rest of them are here admitted at the civil hospital in the 7C block. We are standing outside of Asmita Bhavan. This is the civil superintendent office from where Prime Minister Narendra Modi went. And this is the exact building on the 3rd floor of this building. On the 3rd floor of this building, in the intensive care unit is where the lone survivor is. So this is the update that we can get from the civil hospital for our viewers, while also Rishikesh Patel, the health minister of Gujarat, is inside. He was also here to meet the lone survivor, while a short while back he was there at the post-mortem room also. What we are also learning from our sources is that Prime Minister, before leaving Ahmedabad, is going to meet the health officials as well as health secretary, and he is in fact going to ask them to speed up the entire process of DNA reports, which might be out in 2 to 3 days from now. As yesterday, there was rush outside the Kasauti Bhavan of Civil Hospital, where around 1,000 DNA samples were collected, and now the reports would be out in next 2 to 3 days. While from the site of the crash, we have also understood from our colleague that FSL teams have also been roped in, agencies have been roped in. So let's see how things pan out in the coming days. Back to you.
All right, Gopi would also like to know from you that, of course, Prime Minister Modi there speaking to the lone survivor. He has also spoken to one of the reporters and mentioning how he was able. All right, we are right now joined by Chandrakala from outside the UP High Commission. Let's get more details from Chandrakala. Chandrakala, what more can you tell us where you are at right now? Chandrakala, can you hear me? She's outside the UK High Commission right now. All right, so we'll get more details from Chandrakala. And as you know, that many of those dead were the British citizens, and there were many the Indians as well, and some Portuguese citizens who died in that crash. And a team from the American passenger jet Boeing, those experts are also going to arrive, and they'll be assisting the Indian officials in the investigation. Of course, let's get more details from Gopi, who's outside the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. Gopi, as you were mentioning about the Prime Minister Modi's visit to the civil hospital, and you mentioned about the fact that Gujarat Health Minister is there, he's still inside that hospital. Give us more details on the intern doctors at the hospital who've been injured. Any updates on what kind of injuries have they sustained and what condition they are in right now?
In fact, see, what we are learning from our sources is, as we have been telling our viewers, that 3 have already lost their lives. 3 intern doctors have in fact succumbed to death after yesterday's plane crash, while 32 others are still in Block 7C of Trauma Center, and they are getting treatment at this government civil hospital of Ahmedabad, which is based in Asavar. While also, let's tell our viewers that this happened yesterday, but if you talk about the kind of injuries that they have sustained, it is majorly related to the burns, like somebody has had 3 level skin burnt in the ankle and thigh area, while others have sustained various injuries in their different portion. One of them, what we heard, also had injury on his head. So these are the kind of serious injuries, while what we are also learning from our sources are 3 of the intern doctors are in the intensive care unit, and their condition is very, very critical. So yes, they have been under, doctors here at the civil hospitals are constantly monitoring the situation, while as you have correctly mentioned, just a short while back, in fact, the Health Minister Hrishikesh Patel of Gujarat is still inside the civil hospital where this lone survivor is kept, and from here he is also going to visit those doctor interns. So everybody, we have been saying this since morning, everybody from the Prime Minister to the local MLA and collectors, they are behind taking the stock of situation. They are coming on ground, they are going to the accident site, they are coming here meeting the victims, families of the deceased, they are speaking to everyone, and they are putting in their best efforts to provide as much as is possible. While yesterday all that we need is the accountability from Air India. Just a short while back, my colleague Harsha was also mentioning about the same, that there is no accountability. We also spoke to the CEO of Air India yesterday.
All right,
So we
Gopi,
have
you
to,
stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Let's get more details from Chandrakala, who's joining from outside the UK High Commission. Chandrakala, what more details you have? Because we understand that there were 53 Britons who were there, who were killed in that crash. What is the UK High Commission saying? How are they assisting the families of the deceased?
क्या हुआ?
Chandrakala, can you hear me? All right, I will try to connect back with our reporter. Remember, there were 169 Indian nationals, there were 53 Britons and 7 Portuguese nationals and 1 Canadian in that flight. And the assistance is continuing. The UK High Commission also ensuring that they get across all the information required to the families of the deceased. Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, Prime Minister Modi meets the lone survivor of the Air India crash, and he also met the intern doctors who were injured in that crash. All the details coming up ahead. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Welcome back. The lone survivor of the horrific plane crash shares how he survived the biggest aviation tragedy. Let's take a listen.
प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर पहुंचे, विश्वास कुमार से उन्होंने बातचीत की, उनका हालचाल जाना।
सर ने पूछा कि कैसे हुआ, तो मैंने उसके बारे में बताया और सब हालचाल पूछा सब।
विश्वास, अगर हम जानना चाहें कि आप थोड़ा सा बता पाएं कि ये हादसा कैसे हुआ था, क्योंकि ये एक बड़ा चमत्कार है जिस तरीके से आप वहाँ से इकलौते ऐसे शख्स हैं जो जिंदा बचे।
वो मेरे नज़रों के सब सामने हुआ था। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लिए कि तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना तो मुझे लगा मैं ज़िंदा हूँ। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से। मेरे नज़रों के सामने एयर होस्टल और दूसरे आंटी अंकल सभी उसमें मैच हो गए थे सभी।
अच्छा, थोड़ा सा बता पाएं, जब जैसे ही टेक ऑफ हुई फ्लाइट, क्या हुआ था और अचानक से कैसे हादसा हुआ?
टेक ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना, तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्ट्रक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं, वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस तो बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो क्या था वो
हॉस्टल था, एक हॉस्पिटल का।
हाँ, हॉस्टल में, और सब सामने सब हुआ।
ये जब फ्लाइट जब क्रैश हुई, उस समय हॉस्टल पे लैंड की थी, उसी समय आप बाहर निकले थे?
नहीं, क्योंकि आई थिंक मेरे को जब मैं जो साइड पे था ना, वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी। हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना, जैसे नीचे, वहाँ लैंड हुई थी। तो मुझे दूसरे के बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना, वो नीचे की साइड थी। तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए। तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे था ना वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा, क्योंकि उधर पूरा उधर ही क्रैश हुआ था। मैं जो जहाँ था वहाँ ही थोड़ा पेस था। फिर भी मेरे पता नहीं मैं कैसे बचा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे नज़र के सामने ही सब 2 एयर होस्टल वो अंकल आंटी सब उधर ही सब।
आप पैदल चल के आए वहाँ से निकल के?
हाँ, और थोड़ा जब आग लगी ना, मेरा लेफ्ट हैंड भी जल गया थोड़ा। फिर एम्बुलेंस मेरे को उठा लेके इधर आया हॉस्पिटल में।
All right, the lone survivor of the crash, Ramesh Vishwakumar, speaking to the reporters there and mentioning how he was miraculously, he survived the crash by coming out of the door that had opened and he came out of that door even while he was badly injured, and in his left arm was in a state of burn, but even then he was able to come out, and later he was taken by an ambulance. Remember, he is the only survivor of that crash. All the people on board that flight, all the crew, including the crew members, were killed in that crash. And that aircraft crashed into the Mekhani Nagar building, which is located just 15 kilometers from the Ahmedabad airport, from where the plane took off. And the lone survivor there recounting the horror, and he's saying that he doesn't himself know how he miraculously escaped, because he is the lone survivor. And earlier the Prime Minister had inspected the crash site, and he arrived at the airport, drove straight to the crash site. He was accompanied by Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel. We'll be taking a break. Coming up ahead, the Prime Minister Modi visits a civil hospital, meets a lone survivor of the plane crash and the injured intern doctors. Also, Air India under immense scrutiny, flights hit with multiple snags on 12th of June. Air India faced a series of in-flight glitches. We'll get all the details after a short break. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी प्लेन।
1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। कि लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
मेरी साड़ी था वो कंप्यूटर थी लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ फिर?
हाँ बस वो 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया को प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद से बाहर निकल गया था तो वापस आए सील में आ गया।
Of the Prime Minister holding a crucial meeting. Gujarat Chief Minister, Gujarat Home Minister, the Health Minister, all of them, the Cabinet is right there along with the Prime Minister who's taking account of what exactly happened in Ahmedabad as a plane carrying around 242 passengers crashed and burst into flames yesterday. 241 lives lost, 1 passenger survived, and now the Prime Minister, after visiting the crash site, the civil hospital, and taking into account the testimony of the lone survivor and all those injured doctors from the hostel where the plane crashed. After all of these activities, now the Prime Minister is holding a very crucial meeting with the Gujarat top brass. There you can see the Chief Minister right there on the right side of the Prime Minister, accompanied by the top cops of Gujarat, as well as the Home Minister. The Union Civil Aviation Minister is also seen there. This is a key meeting that the Prime Minister is chairing in the aftermath of the deadly plane crash, which claimed the lives of 241 people in Ahmedabad. The Prime Minister has taken stock of the situation. He has been briefed by the top officials about the crash and also about the victims, the eyewitnesses, and the lone survivor. The lone survivor also spoke to the Prime Minister at the civil hospital during his visit there. And this is the live pictures that we are tracking from that key meeting that Prime Minister Modi is chairing in the aftermath of the deadly air crash. There you see, viewers, the Prime Minister is getting into account the details being briefed by the top officials of the Gujarat dispensation, the top cops, top leaders, cabinet ministers, the Chief Minister, the Union Civil Aviation Minister, all of them present in that particular meeting. It's a high-level meeting that the Prime Minister is chairing to chalk out the further measures that will be required in the aftermath of the horrific crash that claimed the lives of 241 people in Ahmedabad. It was a plane that was bound to London, which crashed just 30 seconds after takeoff. Akhil is joining us live. Akhil, the Prime Minister is chairing a key meeting in Ahmedabad. Take us through the details that are coming.
Well, Deepak, if you see Prime Minister Modi early this morning at around 8:30 a.m. landed at Ahmedabad airport, and from there he directly came to the very spot where we are standing. So that was a crash site where Prime Minister Modi arrived over here, and after inspecting the site at the ground zero for approximately 20 minutes, he left the spot and then he went to the hospital where those injured students, injured medical intern students from the PG batch who were also there at the hospital and they are being treated over there. So Prime Minister Modi met those students as well, and and the lone survivor. Because if you see, Deepak, in this very incident, what we have seen that there were 242 people who were on board, which include 230 passengers and 12 crewmen. So out of this, what we have seen that out of 242, 241 have lost their life, and there is one lone survivor. Prime Minister Modi has met that Indian origin British citizen, and after that, right now, the Prime Minister Modi is chairing a key meeting. In that, what we have seen that the Gujarat Chief Minister as well, Civil Aviation Minister as well. Apart from that, what we have seeing that the NDRF senior authorities, SDRF senior officials, and Gujarat police team, and apart from that, if you just talk about the regulatory bodies in this very case, so what we are seeing that the regulatory authority senior executive officials are also there, and they are part of this key meeting. So right now the time has come for the accountability, and in that meeting, once that meeting will basically conclude, and after that we will get to see that further during the initial process, what we have seen that the black box has already been recovered. The forensic team has collected evidence from the various spot site. So once those details will basically compile, and then the report will come out, then only the accountability will be fixed at who will be held responsible for this entire mishap, which took the precious 241 lives.
Also, Akhil, tell us about the Prime Minister's visit to the civil hospital, because the Prime Minister also spoke to the injured victims of that particular hospital, of that hostel to which the plane crashed, and also the Prime Minister also spoke to that lone survivor who miraculously escaped the horrific crash.
Well, Deepak, if you see, that's only good news that we have got in the last approximately 18 hours, because he was the person who was the only lone survivor, and he is the first witness of this entire incident. So, because right now he's getting treatment, so he has spoken a little bit with the media. But apart from that, once he will be fine, once he will come out from the hospital, then he will give us the actual account of what actually transpired from the moment when the airplane took off from the runway. Because if you see at the timing which was given for the Air India flight 171, that took off at 1:39 p.m. And after that, what we have seen that within 30 seconds, when it took off at an altitude of approximately 650 feet above from the ground, it basically plummeted with the free fall at a very high speed. And you can see and imagine the impact of that aircraft, because it was taking off from the very airport. Because right now, if you see where we are standing, this is the very spot where the plane clashed. And if you see the distance from the airport and where the plane crashed is approximately just 6 kilometers. So it's to get a high speed momentum. Generally, when a plane basically takes off, it basically takes on the projectile, and the speed is pretty high. So at that point in time, when the pilot must have tried to give a speed to the plane, at that point in time, there might have some errors, and what those errors were due to which this entire incident took place, that we will have to wait and watch to get the report in this matter to come out. Because if you see, the initial findings have been collected from the ground zero, and they have been submitted with the DGC and the civil aviation authorities. So once that report will come out, then only things will be clearer. That is it the fault of Air India management, or is it the fault of the ATC, which takes care of the control part, or it is the manufacturing default, or was it the default from the technical side, or was it the fault for the pilot side? So right now we cannot basically give information on that. So once the report will be culminated in that direction, and once the investigative agencies will basically give their reports to their respective department, and after that we will get to know that what actually transpired during that 30-second moment when that incident took place. Right now you can also see the visual of this aircraft, which is just took off from this very Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel hospital, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel airport, and you can see that right now when we are at the very spot, we can actually even count on fingers that how many flights basically take off, because this premises of this medical college is nearby to the very airport from where that incident took place. Back to you.
Right, Akhil, stay on with me. I have my colleague Gopi also joining me live. Gopi, a crucial meeting is underway. The Prime Minister is chairing this particular meeting with the Civil Aviation Minister, with Gujarat Chief Minister and, like Akhil was mentioning, the NDRF and SDRF top cops as well. What are the details that are emerging, and if you could also share as to what the details of this meeting is and what are the immediate steps that have been taken?
Well, in fact, Deepak, Prime Minister, is keeping stock of situation since yesterday. He was constantly in touch with the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Bhupendra Patel, while he was also in touch with Home Minister Amit Shah, who visited the site as well as Civil Hospital yesterday. What we are learning from our sources is a meeting is underway, visuals of which we are showing our viewers on the screen, which is attended by, as my colleague mentioned, NDRF, SDRF chiefs as well as Bhupendra Patel, who is the CM of Gujarat. While apart from this, Harsh Sanghvi is also there. But what we are learning from our sources is there is Health Secretary also who is there in that meeting, as well as other health officials. Now, what we have understood from our sources is that this meeting is regarding speeding up the entire process of DNA reports, which are, underway. In fact, over 1,000 samples were collected yesterday. Even Home Minister Amit Shah had mentioned about this in the press conference which happened later in the evening yesterday. So, Prime Minister is trying to speed up the entire process so that the DNA reports are out and the bodies of the deceased can be handed over to the respective family members as soon as possible. This is what we are gathering from our sources. While a meeting is underway there, let's tell our viewers that Prime Minister was here. The first thing that he did after landing here in Ahmedabad was he met Anjali Rupani, the wife of deceased former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani. He met her, after which he came to the civil hospital. He met the lone survivor, and after that he met the intern doctors who were injured, while now he is chairing a crucial meeting at the Circuit House. Back to you.
Right, Gopi, also tell us about the forensic teams that have arrived there. DNA collection is it done or is that still underway?
Well, in fact, Deepak, 3 FSL teams have been roped in, and they are at the crash venue where our other colleague Akhil is there. In fact, yesterday it was here at the civil hospital. There is a Kasauti Bhavan. Now, at this Kasauti Bhavan, there were around thousands of DNA samples which were collected, because let's tell our viewers that the bodies are charred, completely charred. They are not in condition. The bodies are not being able to identified by the doctors. Precisely why they have to undergo this process, because so as to understand, so as to finally find out who that person was. So precisely why the DNA sampling was done yesterday, and the meeting which is now being chaired by the Prime Minister, he has asked the health officials to speed up the process so that the bodies can be handed over to the families. So the DNA sampling has been done, Deepak, but the reports will be out in 2 to 3 days. That is how the process is. Back to you.
Right, Gopi, thank you for bringing those details, but continue to stay on with us, because the bodies have been charred beyond recognition, and that's why back-to-back another FSL team has arrived at the scene to identify, and also, I try to do a DNA sample testing to identify these victims and also repatriate the mortal remains with those family members. But let's try and understand what exactly happened. Yesterday at around 1:45, the plane took off from the Ahmedabad airport, and 30 seconds after taking off, the flight crashed into a medical hostel there, leaving dozens of people injured from that particular hostel as well, and 241 passengers. Of the 242 passengers have lost their lives, and these are the pictures of the Prime Minister interacting with the injured individuals, and I believe this is also one of those members from those hospital. But this particular picture is that of the survivor who made it out alive from the crash. He is seen speaking to the Prime Minister and detailing what exactly happened in those tense moments after the plane took off. This is the only survivor of the 242 individuals who were there on that AI-171 Air India plane that burst into a fireball after it pummeled into a hostel. Akhil is back with us. Akhil, we have pictures of the Prime Minister interacting with the lone survivor who made it out. And do you have any details about the conversation that the lone survivor had with the Prime Minister? Any details whatsoever, Akhil?
Well, Deepak, for that we'll have to wait and watch and to get some reactions on it and what actually basically the conversation that transpired between the lone survivor and Prime Minister Modi. As far as we have got the visuals, in that visual it's very clear that Prime Minister Modi was basically consoling that person who got badly injured in that very incident, but he is out of danger. Because if you see in this very incident, it was a miraculous recovery, because if you just go inside the very hospital, last night when we were allowed inside the very hospital, we went to the premises, and there we can see the debris over there, the wreckages over there, and there we could not comprehend and find out any part which was in its actual form, Deepak. If you just see the frontal portion, which is the head of an aircraft, which is known as cockpit, so that was completely dismantled, destructured. If you talk about those wings, two wings which we see, which basically generate lifts, so that was completely shattered, and that was basically kept on the terrace of that mess where students were having dinner. So apart from that, what we have been seeing when we went inside the very building, that there were jet engines, two jet engines basically generally you will find in an aircraft, which basically generate thrust. So those jet engines were also basically dismantled, not in its actual form. If you talk about those flaps which basically help generate and change lift and drag a plane, so that part also, those flaps of that aircraft was also got destructured. Apart from that, if you talk about the spoiler, which basically being used in changing lifts and rotating the body of an aircraft, so that spoiler was also broken. If you talk about the slats which basically help in lifting the aircraft, that was also basically got destructured. If you talk about those rudders which is at the tail portion of an aircraft, which basically help in changing side to side, so that was also being broken. So most of the parts, when we went inside this very complex of this BL Medical Hospital, there we could not find any part of that very airplane in its actual form. If you talk about the main body part of that aircraft, which is known as the fuselage, that was also completely destroyed. And when we went inside, we all have found out the broken parts of those windows, broken parts of the seat covers and the LED screens that we see on our seats. So you can imagine the impact and the momentum of that aircraft when Air India flight 171 took off from Ahmedabad airport, and within few fraction of seconds, this is what the lone survivor who basically was inside that airplane has said this in an interview to our colleague, that when that incident took place, he could not comprehend that within 30 seconds after taking off, this incident took place, and basically it tumbled down in a free fall way to this very hospital. This is the BL hospital where it got a struck, and there was a head-on collision with the mess of this hospital, where some students, a dozen of students approximately, were having lunch at that point in time, in which we have got official confirmation from the administration side as well that there were 3 students who basically lost their lives, and apart from that, dozen other students have got injured. Apart from that, not only this, if you see those who were in plane, Deepak, what we have seen that there were 242 people, in which there were 230 patients, and apart from that, if you see, there were 12 crew members. So out of those 242 people, there is only a lone survivor. Apart from that, there were 241 people who have lost their lives. So right now, if you just see the visuals coming from the civil hospital, what we have been seeing over there, the grim faces of the parents and the next kin of the victims are still waiting to get the dead bodies of their kin. Because if you see right now, the main task for the administration, the airport authority as well, and the district administration as well in Ahmedabad, to basically find out identify those bodies. So once the identification process will done, then only they will be able to give back those bodies to.
That's right,
to
Akhil. Hold your thoughts,
and
Akhil. We also have Chandrakala joining us live from outside the UK High Commission. Chandrakala, you know, there were about 50 British citizens also on that flight which crashed into a fireball. And Keir Starmer has also said that a multidisciplinary team will also be sent to India. Any word from the UK High Commission so far?
Yes, absolutely. As you have rightly mentioned, the UK High Commissioner has visited the crash site and hospital in Ahmedabad, and colleagues in UK and India are working around the clock to assist the British nationals who has been affected. Of course, as you must be aware that a travel advice for updates and 24/7 consular helpline has been updated, and the British High Commissioner herself has visited the crash site, and they are taking stock of the situation. As you must be aware, of course, the British Prime Minister has asked for a probe into this horrific incident, and the UK team is absolutely on ground right at this moment, assisting in every possible way.
Right, Chandrakala, stay on with me because we also have Akhil joining us live. Akhil is also live with us. Akhil, there are about 26 injured people from that particular hostel into which the plane crashed. Any word from the hostel administration? All right, we'll get Akhil back with us in just a few seconds. Chandrakala, they're giving us an update from the UK High Commission. She clearly mentioned that the UK High Commissioner has also visited the crash site, and a helpline has also been activated for the UK citizens to contact and also get details about their family members. But right now, what we understand is that the bodies, since the bodies are charred beyond recognition, the Herculean task of the FSL team and the medical teams at the crash site is the identification. Since the bodies are not being able to identify, since they are not able to identify these bodies, now a DNA test is also being done. Samples are being collected to identify these individuals and hand over the mortal remains to their respective family members. We also have Akhil with us. While we stay on these pictures, let me also speak to Akhil. Akhil, there are about over 26 people from that medical college hostel who have suffered injuries and who are being treated at the civil hospital. Any word from the administration, from the hostel administration?
Well, Deepak, if you see, at this point in time, the senior authorities are basically taking charge of this entire situation. So, when we try to speak to the medical officer in this hospital, they are reluctant to come on camera and speak about this very incident. And they are saying that the ambulance will only speak. So, for that, this is not a small matter. In this very case, what we have been seeing that there were several organizations apart from the organization. Basically, if you see, there are several measures which has been taken in this incident. So not only this, the Air India management, apart from Air India management, you can see that the DGCA, which is the regulatory body, so whether it is a failure of the DGCA or whether it's a failure of the Air India management or whether it's a failure of the ATC, so these things will come out in the investigation that how this entire mishap took place. Because if you just talk about the Boeing plane, which is the actually manufacturer of this aircraft. Apart from that, if you see who basically was the maintaining this very aircraft, because the information which I have suggested earlier that there were some errors due to which this mishap took place. So right now it would be very premature to comment on the investigation part that how this entire incident unfolded, and within 30 seconds of taking off from the runway, this incident took place, which took 241 lives, which in 241 lives, which include 169 Indian citizens, 53 UK citizens, and apart from that, if you see, there were 7 Portuguese citizens as well, and 1 Canadian citizen as well.
Right, Akhil, stay on with me, Akhil. We'll also play that conversation out with that lone survivor who spoke to the media after interacting with the Prime Minister at the civil hospital.
प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर पहुंचे, विश्वास कुमार से उन्होंने बातचीत की, उनका हालचाल जाना।
सर ने पूछा कि कैसे हुआ, तो मैंने उसके बारे में बताया और सब हालचाल पूछा सब।
विश्वास, अगर हम जानना चाहें कि आप थोड़ा सा बता पाएं कि ये हादसा कैसे हुआ था, क्योंकि ये एक बड़ा चमत्कार है जिस तरीके से आप वहाँ से इकलौते ऐसे शख्स हैं जो जिंदा बचे।
वो मेरे नज़रों के सब सामने हुआ था। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लिए कि तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना तो मुझे लगा मैं ज़िंदा हूँ। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से। मेरे नज़रों के सामने एयर होस्टल और दूसरे आंटी अंकल सभी उसमें मैच हो गए थे सभी।
अच्छा, थोड़ा सा बता पाएं, जब जैसे ही टेक ऑफ हुई फ्लाइट, क्या हुआ था और अचानक से कैसे हादसा हुआ?
टेक ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना, तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं, वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस तो बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो क्या था वो
हॉस्टल था, एक हॉस्पिटल का।
हाँ, हॉस्टल में, और सब सामने सब हुआ।
ये जब फ्लाइट जब क्रैश हुई, उस समय हॉस्टल पे लैंड की थी, उसी समय आप बाहर निकले थे?
नहीं, क्योंकि आई थिंक मेरे को जब मैं जो साइड पे था ना, वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी। हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना, जैसे नीचे, वहाँ लैंड हुई थी। तो मुझे दूसरे के बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना, वो नीचे की साइड थी। तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए। तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे था ना वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा, क्योंकि उधर पूरा उधर ही क्रैश हुआ था। मैं जो जहाँ था वहाँ थोड़ा पेस था। फिर भी मेरे पता नहीं मैं कैसे बचा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे नज़र के सामने ही सब 2 एयर होस्टल वो अंकल आंटी सब उधर ही सब।
आप पैदल चल के आए वहाँ से निकल के?
हाँ, और थोड़ा जब आग लगी ना, मेरा लेफ्ट हैंड भी जल गया थोड़ा। फिर एम्बुलेंस मेरे को उठा लेके इधर आया हॉस्पिटल में।
Well, with that, viewers, we'll slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll tell you about that conversation the Prime Minister had with the lone survivor, and along with that, we'll get you all the details into the crash that claimed the lives of 241 individuals, and we'll also get you the details of the Air India CEO being confronted multiple times. There were several show-cause notices issued, glitches reported on 3 different flights, but Air India CEO continues to keep mum. We'll get you all this and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते, and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए।
और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Today at 1:30 local time, an Air India plane bound for London, Gatwick, departed Ahmedabad, and shortly after takeoff, it seemed to have experienced some issues and stalled into a residential area and then crashed. From the footage that we can see, it's very hard to determine what the cause might have been. However, there must have been some technical issues because the pilots sent out a mayday, a distress signal. The plane involved the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner is considered a new generation plane and has a great safety record. So ever since it has been introduced to service in 2011, it has never experienced a crash. Yes, there has been issues with the Dreamliner when it was introduced to service, especially with their batteries and other minor issues, but this is normal when a new plane enters service. Air India is known to have a great safety record. They operate hundreds of flights every day. They have a modern fleet of Airbuses and Boeings, and this comes to a shock for all of us. So it's very hard to determine what really caused this incident, given that the Boeing 787 is such a safe airplane and Air India has a great safety record. I'm sure the flight recorders will be found very soon as well and analyzed by a team of experts.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. We are giving you all the updates related to Prime Minister Narendra Modi visiting the crash site and also meeting with the injured people in the civil hospital as well as the lone survivor in that Air India crash. All the details coming up ahead. Let's first begin with the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi reaches a plane crash site to take stock of the situation. Prime Minister Modi visits a civil hospital, meets the lone survivor of the plane crash and the injured intern doctors.
के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस तो बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो।
The lone survivor of the biggest aviation tragedy shares the details of how he survived the crash. Air India under immense scrutiny, flights hit with multiple snags. On 12th of June, Air India faced a series of in-flight glitches.
There were multiple show cause notices given. Why were they ignored?
I don't believe this is the appropriate time to talk about things that are unrelated to this incident.
Republic confronts Air India CEO Campbell over the recent show cause notices issued to the airline. When asked about the regulatory concerns, Campbell dodges question. And Israel strikes Iran nuclear plant in massive escalation in the Middle East. Israel declares a state of emergency. Alright, Air India is under major scrutiny. What we are learning is that on 12th of June, 3 Air India flights reported major technical snags back after takeoff. Air India flight AI 3416, that is from Chandigarh to Leh, reported air turnback at Chandigarh due to green hydraulic pump low pressure during the climb. And during inspection, leak was observed from hydraulic line at the nose gear area. Also, we are learning that another flight, that is AI 2410 from Kolkata to Mumbai, reported bird hit damage on nose radome at Mumbai, and upon landing, dent damage was observed. Also, another Air India flight, that is AI 2465 from Delhi to Hyderabad, reported both windshield cracked during flight. However, flight continued the destination to Hyderabad. All right. Also, Republic TV had confronted Air India CEO Campbell over the recent show cause notices issued to the airline, and also Air India must answer because of these technical snags that were reported on 12th of June. But when asked about the regulatory concerns, Campbell dodged the question. Let's take a listen.
India still have contract with Turkish Technique?
I don't think this is the appropriate time to talk about that. We're very focused on supporting the families and everyone affected by today's incident.
We just wanted to know, is Air India accountable for this?
Look, it's our aircraft, it's our crew. We need to make sure the investigation is well supported. But first and foremost, we want to look after the people that have been affected by this incident.
One last question. There were multiple show cause notices given. Why were they ignored?
I don't believe this is the appropriate time to talk about things that are unrelated to this incident.
You would at least have information about the Turkish Technique. Do you have contract with Turkish Technique?
As I said before, this is not the time to talk about that. We're focused very much on the people that have been affected by this incident.
Yes or no? Just yes or no. Mr. Wilson, please say yes or no.
Absolutely. Now let's tell you about what transpired yesterday on June 12th at 1:39 p.m. Air India flight 171 took off from Ahmedabad airport, but what should have been a routine journey turned into a disaster. In fact, just moments after the takeoff, the aircraft, which was carrying 242 passengers, plummeted to the ground in a crash, one that has left the nation reeling with grief and anger. The flame, the smoke, the devastation. These are the images that will haunt us forever. Here's more.
It was 1:39 p.m. on the 12th of June 2025 when Air India flight 171 took off from the Ahmedabad airport. Little did the people in the plane know that in the next 30 seconds, the world would witness what can be called one of the worst civil aviation disasters in the history. The sight of the plane's rapid descent from over 800 feet was nothing short of horrific. The plane carrying 242 passengers crashed on the outskirts of the airport into a hostel. The moment of impact has been captured on camera and the visuals are heart-wrenching. The plane exploded into a huge ball of fire. Huge plumes of smoke covered the sky. The impact was severe, leaving no chance of survival. while one passenger miraculously survived. The others met with a fatal ending. The images are harrowing, the loss unimaginable. The aircraft crashed into a medical students' hostel, leaving a scene of devastation that no one could have prepared for. In a world already beset by tragedy, this is one more devastating chapter that leaves more unanswered questions about safety and preparedness. The visuals of the plane descending the crash, the blast and the visuals of the charred debris and the bodies scattered on the ground will forever haunt those who were there. 242 people on board, countless hopes and dreams, one devastating plane crash. Why did this happen? What went wrong? And why in 2025 are we still grappling with such preventable disasters?
Now let's also tell you about what the lone survivor of this horrific plane crash, how he shared, how he survived the biggest aviation tragedy. Listen in to what he said.
प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर पहुंचे, विश्वास कुमार से उन्होंने बातचीत की, उनका हालचाल जाना।
सर ने पूछा कि कैसे हुआ, तो मैंने उसके बारे में बताया और सब हालचाल पूछा सब।
विश्वास, अगर हम जानना चाहें कि आप थोड़ा सा बता पाएं कि ये हादसा कैसे हुआ था, क्योंकि ये एक बड़ा चमत्कार है जिस तरीके से आप वहाँ से इकलौते ऐसे शख्स हैं जो जिंदा बचे।
वो मेरे नज़रों के सब सामने हुआ था। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लिए कि तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना तो मुझे लगा मैं जिंदा हूँ। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से। मेरे नज़रों के सामने एयर होस्टल और दूसरे आंटी अंकल सभी उसमें मिस हो गए थे सभी।
अच्छा, थोड़ा सा बता पाएं, जब जैसे ही टेक ऑफ हुई फ्लाइट, क्या हुआ था और अचानक से कैसे हादसा हुआ?
टेक ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना, तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं, वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस तो बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो क्या था, वो
हॉस्टल था, एक हॉस्पिटल का।
हाँ, हॉस्टल में, और सब सामने सब हुआ।
ये जब फ्लाइट जब क्रैश हुई, उस समय हॉस्टल पे लैंड की थी, उसी समय आप बाहर निकले थे?
नहीं, क्योंकि आई थिंक मेरे को जब मैं जो साइड पे था ना, वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी। हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना, जैसे नीचे, वहाँ लैंड हुई थी। तो मुझे दूसरे के बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना, वो नीचे की साइड थी। तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए। तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे था ना वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा, क्योंकि उधर पूरा उधर ही क्रैश हुआ था। मैं जो जहाँ था वहाँ ही थोड़ा पेस था। फिर भी मेरे पता नहीं मैं कैसे बचा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे नज़र के सामने ही सब 2 एयर होस्टल वो अंकल आंटी सब उधर ही सब।
आप पैदल चल के आए वहाँ से निकल के?
हाँ, और थोड़ा जब आग लगी ना, मेरा लेफ्ट हैंड भी जल गया थोड़ा। फिर एम्बुलेंस मेरे को उठा लेके इधर आया हॉस्पिटल में।
Now let's tell you more. Captain Sumit Sabharwal, along with the crew members, tragically lost their life in a plane crash. The captain of Air India Flight 171 from Ahmedabad to Gatwick, London, Sumit Sabharwal was one of Air India's most experienced pilots with 8,200 hours of flying logged in. Let me go across to my colleague Satya Prakash, who joins us live on the broadcast from Mumbai in Maharashtra. Satya Prakash, Sumit Sabharwal, who had a lot of experience in flying, 8,200 hours of flying experience, he has lost his life. Give us more details about the pilots and the crew members who were there in the flight yesterday.
देखिए, पायलट सुमित सब्रवाल इसी बिल्डिंग के पवई के इलाके के इसी जलवायु बिहार सोसाइटी में रहते थे और जिस तरह से हादसा हुआ, लोगों को विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है कि इतना एक्सपीरियंस था, क्योंकि सुमित को लगभग 8,000 से ज़्यादा घंटे वो फ्लाइंग कर चुके थे और जो सोसाइटी के लोग हैं, जो मेंबर हैं, उनका कहना है कि वो काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस वाले थे। इतना बड़ा हादसा कैसे हो गया, लोगों को विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है। इसी बिल्डिंग में सुमित रहते हैं और उनके पिताजी हैं और उनके जो कुछ रिलेशन के लोग पहुँचे हुए हैं। लोगों को विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है कि कैसे इतना बड़ा हादसा हो गया, क्योंकि काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस था। 8,000 घंटे वो चला चुके थे और यहाँ पे जो लोगों को एक्सपीरियंस बताते थे, जब पायलट यहाँ पे सुमित यहाँ पे लोगों से मिलते थे तो बताते थे एक्सपीरियंस की किस तरह से चलाया जाता, सारी चीज़ें वो बताते थे। लेकिन लोगों को विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है। उनके पिता अंदर मौजूद है और जो बताया जा रहा है कि कई ऐसे रिलेटिव है जो पहुँच रहे हैं। लोग यहाँ पे सदमे में है और लोगों को विश्वास नहीं हो रहा कैसे इतना बड़ा हादसा हो गया। फिलहाल यहाँ पर मुंबई पुलिस की टीम पहुँची हुई है अंदर और यहाँ पे जो लोग जा रहे हैं उनसे बाकायदा पूछा जा रहा है, क्योंकि लगातार लोग मिलने के लिए आ रहे हैं सुमित के परिवार के लोगों से। फिलहाल सुमित के परिवार और उनकी बहन अंदर मौजूद है। जी,
Absolutely. So Captain Sabharwal lost his life. Keep tracking that story very closely and we'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, among the 121 lives lost was a very prominent figure in Gujarat's political circle, former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, who once led the state from the front, is no more. From Rajkot to Gandhinagar, his journey, in fact, was one of resilience. And today, Gujarat mourns not just a leader, but the son of the soil. Here's more.
Dark clouds of grief have engulfed Gujarat. Pall of gloom has shrouded his family. And the nation mourns the loss of one of its stalwart leaders. Former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani is no more. He was on board Air India flight AI-171, the ill-fated aircraft that crashed moments after takeoff in Ahmedabad. Seat number 12, a number considered lucky by the former Chief Minister, that's where he was seated. A seat now etched in the memory as the final stop in the life of a man who once held the reins of Gujarat. Vijay Rupani had served as the 16th Chief Minister of Gujarat from 2016 to 2021. A calm strategist, a loyal party soldier, and a leader known for his soft-spoken yet firm demeanor. Born in Rangoon, Burma in 1956, Rupani's journey from Rajkot to Gandhinagar was one of dedication, perseverance and deep-rooted commitment to public service. In his final moments, he was travelling to London from the city he once governed, perhaps where that.
We have a breaking news coming in. We are learning that a bomb threat note was found in the washroom of Air India flight AI-379, which was operating from Phuket International Airport in Thailand and was heading towards Indira Gandhi International Airport in the national capital on Friday morning, that is today. The flight took off at 9:30 a.m. and was on its way to Delhi when 20 minutes in flight it was diverted back to Phuket due to the bomb threat. Now it remains to be seen whether the plane has landed now or not. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who's been tracking this story very closely. Harsha, a bomb threat reported on Air India flight. Has the flight landed back in Phuket?
Yes, Akansha, you rightly pointed out, this is AI379 flight bound Phuket, Delhi, and it was the morning in the wee hours of flight from Thailand to Delhi. This flight was supposed to come to Delhi today evening, but right now what we are learning so far is that that emergency landing has been made at the Phuket airport after in lavatory the bomb threat note was found, and immediately the pilot of the aircraft informed the ATC, and after that the emergency landing was turned back to the Phuket airport. It was just 20 minutes after the takeoff that the one of the crew members, found the bomb threat note in the LAV, in the lavatory of the aircraft, and now we know that the flight is back to Phuket, and after the proper checks of the aircraft, after then the flight will again operate from Phuket to Delhi. We are learning that after 3 o'clock only the flight will again go for Delhi, but right now the flight is at Phuket. Back it made an emergency landing, and now the proper checks of the aircraft is being done.
Absolutely, Harsha. Tell us more about this note that has been found. Do you know anything that has been written on this note as far as the recovery from the washroom of Air India flight is concerned?
Yes, Akanksha, you rightly pointed out. So in the note in the lavatory,
can you hear me, Harsha? All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with my colleague Harsha, who's been tracking that story. But what we know so far is that Air India flight, which was going from Phuket International Airport and was heading towards the national capital, it made an emergency landing and went back to Phuket International Airport after a bomb threat note was found on the plane. In fact, what my colleague Harsha informed us, that the pilot informed the ATC about this bomb threat note, and 20 minutes after the takeoff, this plane was in fact taken back to the Phuket International Airport. Harsha, as I was asking you about this note that has been found on the Air India flight, tell us more about this bomb threat note. What is written on it that alerted the pilot, leading him to inform the ATC?
So, Akanksha, the preliminary information is that the crew, after the takeoff, when the crew of the aircraft went to the lavatory, there was a small note in which it was written "bomb in the aircraft." Only this much was written in the note, and after that, the crew attendant immediately took that note to the pilot in command. The pilot in command immediately informed the ATC. There was just one statement, "bomb in the aircraft." Apart from that, nothing was written in the note. Immediately, pilot in command informed the ATC, and after ATC informed the pilot to return back to the base from where the flight took off in the Phuket. The emergency landing was done back to Phuket. The flight turned back, landed in Phuket again, and as soon as it landed, all the emergency measures were taken. The security team was there on spot, and immediately after it came to the runway, it was taken to the safe place, and also right now we are learning that the emergency checks and the safe checks are being done of the aircraft, and what we have got to know is that the Air India, after proper thorough checks only, the flight will again operate for Delhi, which will be after 4 o'clock only. Back to you.
All right, Harsha. So this Air India plane has made the emergency landing back in Thailand. It was headed from Phuket to the national capital, and 20 minutes after taking off, it went back to the Phuket International Airport. Harsha, I would like to come back to you again and ask you about the passengers. How many passengers were there on this flight, and are they safe? All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with my colleague Harsha, but let me tell you what has happened till now. A bomb threat note was found on Air India flight, which took off from Phuket International Airport and was heading towards the national capital. After that bomb threat note was found, let me tell you, on that note, bomb in the aircraft. This was written on that bomb threat note. That was found after that pilot informed the air traffic controller, and 20 minutes after the takeoff, it headed back to the Phuket International Airport. Emergency landing has now been made. Let me again bring in my colleague Harsha. Harsha, as I was asking you, how many passengers were there on this flight and are they safe?
So this is Boeing 777 right now, Akanksha, what we know. So more than 200 passengers were there in the aircraft. The capacity of the aircraft is 260, and also we are learning that more than 180 passengers were on board this aircraft. Also, we have got to know that this flight was bound to Delhi from Phuket in the early morning hours. At 8 o'clock, the flight was scheduled to depart from Phuket to Delhi. It took off also at the right time. It was not late. At estimated time only, the flight took off from the Phuket International Airport, and after that only 20 minutes after the takeoff, the bomb threat note was found in the lavatory by the crew member, and immediately after that emergency landing was done. The flight turned back to the airport, and also now the checks are being done, the security checks are being done of the entire aircraft. And also about this entire incident, the Air India has informed DGCA. In the preliminary information, it has been stated that a note was found. There was no call, it was just a note found in the lavatory. And also Air India and DGCA have further started investigation in this entire matter. Exactly who were the passengers? Were there any no-show passengers also on the list who didn't show for the aircraft, who didn't board the flight? Also, who could be the one who had put such note in the lavatory? So all these are the part of the investigation. But right now, the important thing to note is that all the passengers are safe. They are right now at the safe passage at International Airport of Phuket, and also the substitute flight will be arranged for all the passengers after 4 o'clock after proper thorough checks of the aircraft. Back to you.
All right, so thorough checks are being carried out right now. That plane has been taken to a safe area. All the passengers have deboarded from this plane. But Harsha, tell us in fact about the statement that has come from Air India. What have they said so far as this case is concerned?
So, Akanksha, you will be shocked also to know that after yesterday's incident of the Ahmedabad-London flight, and since morning we have been reporting several snags in the aircraft of Air India as well. In this particular bomb threat message found in the lavatory, Air India till now has not put out any statement. No statement has been put out by Air India. The information we are learning is that Air India only has informed the agencies, the official agencies of the aviation, which is the DGCA and BCAS, about this entire incident. Only the preliminary information has been shared with DGCA by Air India. Apart from that, we have been asking them for an entire media statement on this issue, but the statement is yet to be released. No statement as of now has been released by Air India.
Absolutely. So this is in fact the breaking news that we're getting for you. Air India flight has made an emergency landing at Phuket International Airport. Harsha, one last question before I let you go. Tell us about the procedure after the plane is, taken to the safe passage. But before I bring in Harsha, let me take you through what has happened till now. There was an Air India flight that was bound to take off from Phuket International Airport and head towards the national capital. 20 minutes after it took off, the crew of that flight found a bomb threat note in the washroom of that Air India flight, and it mentions that there is a bomb on that particular flight. 20 minutes after the takeoff, that flight was taken back to Phuket International Airport. The pilot informed the air traffic controller about this whole situation. What my colleague Harsha has also told us is that Air India has not issued a statement till now, but they have informed DGCA, which is the regulatory authority, about this situation on ground. And those are the visuals on the screen of the passengers, in fact, that were to take that flight, and those are the visuals of the Phuket International Airport. Harsha, I would like to bring you once again. Tell us about the procedure after the plane is taken to a safe area. Checks and safety procedures are taken, done on the aircraft. Tell us about the whole procedure after such a bomb threat is given to a flight, since you cover civil aviation closely.
Yes, Akanksha. So the procedure involved after landing back to the base, after landing back at the same international airport, the flight is first taken to the safe passage, the safe runway area. It's taken to the place where the proper checks could be done. The forces and the security agencies are immediately called in along with the local police of the airport. So here we can see that at Phuket International Airport, the Thailand agencies were called in. Their security agencies and the local police immediately came, and also the information was floated to them via ATC only, and immediately the crew of almost 100 to 120 security forces arrived at the place where at the hall where this particular flight was taken. It is A320 aircraft VTTQA. This is the aircraft Air India Airbus A320 which was bound from Phuket to Delhi. It was taken to a safe place, and right now what we are learning is that from past 3 hours the security checks are being done. So first, until the security checks will not be done properly, which takes at least the estimated time of 6 to 7 hours, only after that a proper report will be given by the security agencies to the ATC and to the regulatory body of the Thailand, and after that only proper checks and proper tick marks of the entire aircraft. The aircraft will again fly for its location, which is Delhi, but it will take 6 to 7 hours. We can say that at 9 o'clock around the security checks have started, and so it will take the time till 3 to 4 o'clock, and after 4 o'clock only the substitute flight again from Phuket to Delhi will be arranged for all the passengers. Right now you are watching Republic TV as we have the major update, not only the Ahmedabad London bound plane crash incident, but also about the snacks in the Air India aircraft. So right now you're watching Republic TV. More on the other side of the break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी।
1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। तो लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
हाँ, मेरी शादी था, वो खम्बिसर थी और लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ, फिर
बस 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया तो प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद से बाहर निकल गया था, तो वापस आए सिविल में आ गया।
क्या अभी लग रहा है, क्या प्रशासन की तरफ से क्या है?
अभी देखने भी नहीं मिला, वो अंदर एंट्री नहीं मिली सिविल में, अभी कुछ भी समाचार नहीं मिला है अभी तक।
मेरा लड़का है ना, वो ब्रेक पड़ा था खाने का, तो हॉस्टल में खाने गया था इधर, हॉस्टल में ही प्लेन क्रैश हुआ, पर मेरे लड़का को कुछ हुआ नहीं। बात हुई मेरी, और इसके भाईबंद है ज्यादा हुए तो लोग मर गए, ये फिर मेरे लड़का को देखने जाना है अंदर मेरे।
अभी क्या लड़के को क्या सिचुएशन है?
लड़का बोला है कि मैं अच्छा दूसरे माह से कूदा था ना, तो थोड़ा खाली लगा है, ऐसा बोला है मेरे को, और मैं जाऊँ अंदर तो मालूम पड़े ना।
Today at 1:30 local time, an Air India plane bound for London, Gatwick, departed Ahmedabad, and shortly after takeoff, it seemed to have experienced some issues and
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते, and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं।
विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Viewers, top headlines we're tracking right now. Air India flights makes emergency landing after a bomb scare. Prime Minister Modi in Ahmedabad visits crash site and meets injured victims. Lone survivor of plane crash gives full account of how he escaped, says it was a miraculous escape.
ग्रीन और वाइट तो के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ, बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस तो बोलते हैं क्या रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ और सीधा
Air India under immense scrutiny, 3 flights hit with multiple snags yesterday.
I want to make clear that I have raised these issues over 3 years. I was ignored. I was told not to create delays. I was told, frankly, to shut up.
And Boeing 787 Dreamliner was flawed. Whistleblower sounded alarm in the year 2024. Was his warning ignored altogether? I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. The latest story is that a bomb threat note was found in the lavatory of a Air India flight. That is right. It's the biggest update coming in. And now that Air India flight had to make an emergency landing. Now this note was found in the lavatory. We have those pictures coming in right now as well for you. This is the bomb threat note found in Air India 379 operating today morning from Phuket to Delhi aircraft. Air India flight makes an emergency landing in Phuket. All 156 passengers on the flight have been escorted from the building, and it's a hoax bomb threat. I repeat, it's a hoax bomb threat which has right now been reported. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have Harsha. All 156 passengers have been escorted from the plane. Yeah, I'm coming across to you right now. You know, the focus already on Air India, given the snags and that the huge disaster which took place yesterday. Now we see a bomb threat note found. What is the latest coming in, Harsha?
Yes, Shivangi. Now the latest is that it is AI 379 Phuket to Delhi bound aircraft of Air India A320 Airbus, which we are learning is that was scheduled for departure at around 8 o'clock from the Phuket International Airport. It departed, and after 20 minutes of the takeoff mid-air, only the crew attendant of the aircraft found the bomb threat note in the lavatory of the aircraft, and immediately the pilot in command was informed and the ATC was informed about it. The ATC asked the pilot in command to turn back the aircraft and also to turn back the aircraft and also do the emergency landing. So right now we know that the emergency landing of the aircraft has been done. The thorough security checks by the forces and by the local security forces and the local police.
I'm really sorry I have to interrupt you because we've been joined by aviation expert on this. Mr. Devesh Agarwal has joined us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Agarwal. Passengers being escorted from the plane, bomb threat to that plane and its emergency landing. But the question to you is that this is becoming very, very frequent. Now, of course, the radar is and the lens is on Air India. There's snacks and technical issues. How do you read this latest bomb threat found on an Air India plane?
Shivangi, it quite obviously appears to be a prank. If you recall, and if your viewers recall, just about little more than 6-8 months ago, Air India was the victim. In fact, all Indian airlines, including Indigo and others, were victims of prank, bomb threats. You have foolish people, thinking that for them it's like musty. They don't realize that once you do something like this, an entire safety system is built where the plane is asked to land immediately. It is taken into an isolation area. All the passengers will be deboarded. All the bags will get deboarded. They will, get thoroughly scanned. The aircraft has to be completely checked, nose to tail. And it is just an inconvenience because somebody thought that they will enjoy a few moments of fun. It's not, what else to say? I just really hope that the person who wrote this threat is found and they need to skin him alive.
Okay, Mr. Agarwal, okay, you're saying it could be a prank because we did see hoax bomb threats earlier in multiple airlines and planes. Just building on that, how important do you think is making sure that the plane is completely safe for passengers before boarding? We're talking about technical issues, ruling out bomb threats. Because in the past we have seen, especially that disaster where an entire nation is grieving, where that Air India plane crashed on the ground seconds after takeoff. Making sure that a plane is safe for passengers is the utmost priority, and the government is also making sure that they put in more measures and more protocol in this regard.
First thing is that there is multiple steps and multiple procedures that are processed, both from a security standpoint, from an engineering standpoint. There are so many times, passengers, they get angry that a flight has got delayed. They'll say, oh, the aircraft is standing right there, why can't you take off? Because of all these protocols and safety measures, each aircraft before a flight has to be signed off by an engineer. It's not once a day. It's before every flight. An engineer will inspect the plane and say, yes, this aircraft is fit to fly. The pilot inspects the plane and says, yes, I accept the aircraft and I will fly it. There is a security officer who has to complete a complete security protocol. In fact, our Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has a very specific requirement that the security cannot be outsourced to an agency. It has to be done by the airline because only then they feel that, somebody will be responsible enough. So multiple steps are there. The fact that a note was found in the lavatory clearly means that some passenger has thought of a prank, gone and put it in the lavatory, and I'm very sure they'll find that person because the crew will recall who has gone to the lavatory before the takeoff, and they will zero in on those 2, 3, 4 passengers who would have gone.
All right. Okay. Thank you for joining us there, Mr. Devesh Agarwal, aviation expert, for joining us. Emergency landing after bomb threat on a flight, Air India flight. it landed back in Phuket. I'm going to go back to my colleague Harsha is joining us right now. And Harsha, you know, as we are talking about this specific bomb threat note found in the lavatory of Air India flight, which was leaving from Thailand and had to be diverted. Also, you have been getting our viewers more updates in terms of the technical snags which have been found on Air India flights. The focus right now on Air India, the Air India CEO refused to answer the public's questions, but still many asking what went wrong. Why were safety regulations not followed?
Shivangi, this is not the first time when we have reported technical snag in the Air India aircrafts. Earlier also, if we see in the span of 1 year, there has been multiple times when Republic has reported about the technical snags in the Air India aircrafts. Earlier, what used to happen, that Air India used to hide it from the media, and also the set destination was to be achieved by Air India. Even after technical snag was there in the aircraft, the DGCA was informed much late after the reporting done by us. But this time, after yesterday's Ahmedabad-London bound aircraft plane crashed, from till yesterday to till now, how many technical snags have been found in Air India aircraft? Chandigarh-Leh today morning, Kolkata-Mumbai today morning, and also Delhi-Hyderabad. These all three flight Air India aircrafts in which technical snag was reported is 12th of June only, yesterday, when the crash was also reported. All these three flights technical snags were reported by the crew members and the pilot of the aircraft. One flight was turned back. The two technical snags were reported. One went to its original destination, didn't even turn back after even reporting technical snags. Now the Air India is informing the regulator DGCA about the incident, about the technical snags. Earlier, the technical snags were also not to be reported. And from yesterday to till now, if we see, there has been multiple flights of Air India in which technical snags have been reported. And it is because Air India is under immense scrutiny, and Air India is continuously being pulled up by the regulators DGCA and BCAS because of the faulty aircraft, because of the expired equipment in the aircraft, because of non-maintaining their aircraft, which has not gone for the maintenance at the MRO at different places in the span of 1 year. And because of that, the equipments are faulty, the engines are not maintained, also the equipments are expired. And now it is coming to light when continuously we are reporting since yesterday that how many show cause notices were issued to Air India in the light of the aircraft which has not been maintained. And DGCA has been asking Air India to maintain their aircraft, to send them for repairing and maintenance, and after that operate it. But Air India was not complying by the orders and the notices of DGCA. And after that, what incident occurred yesterday was because of not complying by the DGCA notices. And right now, from yesterday to till now, Republic has reported multiple snags in the Air India aircraft. Back to you.
Yes, you know, Harsha, you know, you're talking about the snags, but this is a big story unfolding as well, where the bomb threat note was found in this Air India flight, which was leaving from Phuket to India, and now it has made an emergency landing. If you have any more information about what the current status is, because the Transport Ministry reported of Thailand that Air India flight has safely landed in Phuket. Airport is currently following the necessary safety protocols. So this is the latest coming in when it comes to this hoax bomb threat on an Air India flight. And this, by the way, viewers, has happened just a few moments back. Back to you, Harsha.
So Shivangi, right now we have learned that all the passengers of the aircraft, because this is A320 Air India Airbus, more than 200 is the occupancy of the Airbus. There were more than 150 passengers who were seated in this aircraft, and right now we know that the plane is in the isolation bay. The thorough check of the plane is being done by the Thailand security forces and by the local police, and it will take almost 4 to 5 hours of the thorough check. Only after that the substitute flight could be arranged, or the same flight will fly again to Delhi from Phuket. But right now passengers are at the terminal only. No communication has been made from the side of Air India to the passengers that exactly at what time the substitute flight will be arranged, or exactly this flight will go to Delhi, but at what time. The passengers are still unknown about all these information. We right now only know that the plane is at isolation bay and thorough checks are being done. Unless proper scanning and thorough checks will not be done, and the original source from where exactly the bomb threat note note came to the lavatory of the aircraft. Until that, it will be not known. The aircraft will not fly for New Delhi because Air India is under immense scrutiny, and until unless the investigation doesn't come out and is not properly concluded, the passengers will not again board this Phuket International Airline, which is bound for New Delhi. Back to you.
That's right. Harsha is getting the top updates coming in right now. So I just want to take our viewers through exactly what they see on your screens. Harsha, just hold on for a second. What we see on our screens is a bomb threat, which Air India flight. A note was found during its flight just a few moments ago on Friday itself. This was made around 9:30 a.m. And after the flight, the bomb threat was found on the flight. It had to do an emergency landing. A bomb threat was reported on board. The pilot requested permission to make an emergency landing at Phuket International Airport. The Phuket Airport activated its Airport Contingency Plan, ACP Chapter 3, for bomb threats following the prescribed procedures. The airport said all preparations had been made in response to the threat, and any updates would be provided as the situation is developing. And I'm going back to you, Harsha. This is very important. The reason we are talking about this is right now is the kind of silence that Air India CEO has also shown to Republic. Whenever Republic has asked a question and we confronted him directly, he's saying this is not the right time to talk about the disaster, one of the worst aviation disasters that India has seen and the world possibly has seen. He is not answering straight questions, but we are coming to know that notices were served to Air India previously, and once again emergency landing in Thailand after a bomb threat note was found in the lavatory. Yes, Harsha.
So Shivangi, if Air India CEO feels that ducking the question will help me in any other way, it will certainly not, because Republic has been asking stringent questions to him, not from now, but during the days when the bomb messages were received to Air India around 8 months back. Also at that time also, Shivangi, when I confronted Campbell Wilson, he was tight-lipped, utter silence from his side exactly what is Air India is doing. And yesterday also when our colleague Gopi confronted Campbell Wilson, he was silent, tight-lipped. He didn't even say once that how he feels because this is the immense faults on the side, lapse on the side of the Air India. After 15 show cause notices as well, there was nothing done by Air India. They didn't take the aircraft Boeing 787 for the maintenance, for the proper check. Even after the show cause notices, the aircraft was allowed to operate, and also that to an international flight, Ahmedabad, London bound aircraft. So this is a lapse on the part of Campbell Wilson, and that is the reason why in the show cause notice for number one offender is mentioned as Campbell Wilson by DGCA. So Air India will have to respond on all these questions. Air India will have to respond why the Air India flights are being sent to Turkey for the maintenance, repair, overhaul. They will have to reply why this particular aircraft, when it was sent to Bombay Airport Engineering Services Limited company for the maintenance, whether it was sent or not sent, all the questions will have to be replied by Campbell Wilson himself. Right now he's in Ahmedabad. But yes, to tell you that there's not one, not two, but multiple aircrafts of Air India which are faulty, in which the equipments are expired. There's a problem with the oxygen concentrator in the aircraft. There's a problem with the engines. There's a problem with the nose dome of the airline. There's also a problem with the wings of the aircraft. There are multiple aircraft in which the faulty equipments have been found. So right now Air India is under immense scrutiny, and Republic will keep on posing these strict questions to Campbell Wilson, because the lives of 242 passengers already gone, and more lives can't be put in danger at the cost of making money. Back to you, Shiva.
That is right. Absolutely, Harsha. So let's take our viewers through the latest updates coming in right now. You can see that all 156 passengers on the Air India flight have been escorted safely from the plane. And this is the Air India Delhi-bound flight making emergency landing in Phuket after a bomb note was found in the lavatory. We are trying to, of course, understand what is happening right now, whether that bomb threat note was real or was it hoax, but right now it's pointing towards it could be a hoax bomb threat. That is where we are seeing more updates in terms of what that bomb threat was all about. But speaking on this, let's go back to Harsha. Harsha, just our viewers would like to know that what did that bomb threat note say? Do we have any idea or any information on that?
So, Shivangi, what the preliminary information tells us, what our sources under DGCA have told us, is that there was a bomb threat note in which it was written "bomb in the aircraft." Only this was mentioned in the note. The note was found at the basin of the lavatory, the place exactly where we wash our hands. Exactly at that place, a chit, a small note completely wrapped, was kept there. It was a crew attendant of the aircraft which first went inside the washroom lavatory to use it, and that
Harsha, I'm interrupting you. I'm really sorry for that because we're getting joined right now once more by Dr. Sumit Susilan, aviation expert and author, joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Sumit. I just want to ask you this question, which everybody would like to know about, is that what is really going wrong when it comes to making sure that all standard operating procedures are followed before a flight takes off? Especially, this is one more case of an Air India flight which had to divert, again make an emergency landing because a bomb threat note was found in the lavatory. Yes, Dr. Sumit.
They can connect this thing with yesterday's incident, because yesterday the incident which happened, it was nothing related to any threat. It was a technical something error. But right now the note which we had received, we had got in on board. Okay, that is something purely a threat which have to be investigated, and we. This type of threat, we immediately land and we check throughout the aircraft. Is there any bomb there or not? Doesn't matter, it's a false information or the exact information, but we never take risk in this type of matters.
That's right. Okay, Dr. Sumit, you said, of course, these are two separate incidents, but passenger safety is the main concern and common concern here. If you could just take our viewers through what is the SOP anyways which is followed before a plane takes off. Talk about technical SOPs and passenger safety SOPs.
Yeah, according to the airline standard, the SOP says that we go throughout. There's a pre-flight check happen from the side of the safety, from the security departments. They check throughout the flight, when the overhead bins, the seat pockets, everything has to thoroughly check. The lavatories, the first aid boxes, everything's thoroughly checked. After that, they give a clearance to the cockpit crew. The flight is ready to take off. Then only the aircraft takes off.
All right. Okay. And Dr. Sumit, so the SOPs are followed, but in this case, how does it happen that a bomb note is found in the lavatory and it is not been identified by the crew? Maybe if you could just help our viewers understand how these cases.
No, I can clearly say this. This note will be there after the takeoff only. If there is some passenger might have kept it over there, okay. But because before the takeoff, every lavatories are latched and locked. The passengers are not allowed to use during when the seatbelt signs are on for takeoff. No, lavatory you will find is in an open condition, because that's the procedure we follow. So before locking the lavatories, we always check inside. Is there anything there or any passenger occupied there? So if during that they are not found it means after the takeoff only this paper has found.
All right, Dr. Sumit. Yes, Dr. Sumit, you're really helping our viewers understand this update. But also, we also would like to know from you that when an Air India flight is making an emergency landing, in this case, a bomb note has been found. The Phuket International Airport put some protocols in place. These are bomb threat protocols which were initiated the moment they came to know there's a bomb threat note found in the plane. If you could just talk our viewers a little bit more about how that works.
Yeah, so basically when we get a bomb threat, while landing, we inform the ATC that we have a bomb threat on board. Immediately we get the clearance to land to the nearest airport. And on ground, the airport authorities keep the fire brigades ready, the ambulance ready. If any mishap happen, immediately they can respond over there. And these aircraft, after landing, are taken to the safe zone, where the other aircraft will not get damaged if any mishap happen during the checking also.
All right. Okay. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Sumit Susalan, aviation expert and author on the phone line, getting us a perspective of what exactly is happening in Thailand, emergency landing in Thailand for Air India flight, post a bomb threat note found in the lavatory, and once again raising questions on safety, passenger safety, and any other SOPs which could be overlooked because passenger safety is the #1 priority in such cases. I want to go back to Harsha. Harsha, you know, again, we're staying on the story right now. It's an emergency landing in Thailand. And just speaking broadly about this, every passenger who steps into a flight trusts the flight, the crew, the pilot, the airline when they fly, because their lives is in their hands. And in these cases, questions are being raised. And what is going wrong is that we are seeing bomb threat notes. We're seeing incidents in the past of Air India flights having technical snags, issues. And of course, yesterday's heart-wrenching and terrible tragedy, which we saw.
Shivangi, we must ask questions, and the questions not only is to the passengers of the aircraft who boarded the aircraft in the wee hours of the morning when the flight took off from Phuket to Delhi. The questions should also be posed, and the investigation should also revolve around the crew as well. Why only the passengers? The crew also steps in the aircraft before the passengers, before lavatory latched or not latched. The crew also steps in first in the aircraft. There could be disgruntled crew as well. In the past, we have seen that there have been several Air India pilot and the crew members as well who have complained about the staff, about the crew members of the aircraft as well. Sometimes about the oxygen, sometimes about the technical snags. There has been reports out there. And we know that not only passengers, that crew also steps in the aircraft first. So why not the crew? The investigation should also revolve around the crew of the aircraft as well. How many people were there in the aircraft? Right now you are watching Republic TV as emergency landing has been made at Phuket International Airport. The flight which was bound for New Delhi in early morning has made an emergency landing back at Phuket. Security checks are being done. You are watching Republic TV. For more exclusive updates on this, keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी प्लेन।
1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
हाँ, मेरी शादी था, वो अमृतसर थी, लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ, फिर?
हाँ, बस 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया को प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद से बाहर निकल गया था, तो वापस आए सिविल में आ गया।
क्या अभी लग रहा है, क्या प्रशासन की तरफ से क्या है?
अभी देखने भी नहीं मिला, वो अंदर एंट्री नहीं मिली सिविल में, अभी कुछ भी
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Today at 1:30 local time, an Air India plane bound for London Gatwick departed Ahmedabad, and shortly after takeoff it seemed to have experienced some issues and stalled into a residential area and then crashed. From the footage that we can see, it's very hard to determine what the cause might have been. However, there must have been some technical issues because the pilots sent out a mayday, a distress signal. The plane involved the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner is considered a new generation plane and has a great safety record. So ever since it has been introduced to service in 2011, it has never experienced a crash. Yes, there has been issues with the Dreamliner when it was introduced to service, especially with their batteries and other minor issues, but this is normal when a new plane enters service. Air India is known to have a great safety record. They operate hundreds of flights every day. They have a modern fleet of Airbuses and Boeings, and this comes to a shock for all of us. So it's very hard to determine what really caused this incident.